Good evening. Thank you for waiting for us. Welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's virtual board meeting through the Zoom webinar platform. We thank you for joining us and ask for your patience in advance as we navigate this platform for conducting school board meetings. Legislative bodies, including school districts, are permitted to hold board meetings telephonically or by other electronic means because on March 17th, 2020, the governor issued Executive Order N2920, suspending certain provisions of the Ralph M. Brown Act. In addition, consistent with the March 19th, 2020 statewide shelter-in-place order issued by the governor, Executive Order N3320, the Sacramento County Shelter-at-Home orders issued on March 19th, 2020 and April 7th, 2020, and the Center for Disease Control Social Distancing Guidelines, which discourages public gatherings. This regular board meeting is being conducted via the Zoom webinar platform. Those in Zoom audio public comments, those indicating in advance of this meeting through the Google platform that they would like to speak during public comment using the Zoom platform, your name will be called upon during the appropriate section of the meeting. At that time, your microphone will be unmuted. On your screen at home, there will be a message asking you to unmute. Once you click or tap to unmute, your microphone will be live and you will then be able to give your public comment. When your time is complete or you have finished, your microphone will be muted by the district. You must have the most recent version of the Zoom platform client to make live public comments. If you do not have the latest version, you will not be able to make your comment. A timer will be available on the screen. At the end of your comment time, you will be muted. Public comment notes, the district believes in an inclusive, welcoming, safe environment for its meetings for all of our community. Public comments provide an opportunity for members of the public to address the Board of Education in an open meeting. The board will not take action or discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda, except as authorized by law. The board respects each individual's right to express ideas and opinions. Pursuant to applicable law and board policy, the board will not prohibit public comment, criticism of the board or the district. It is an ongoing objective of the district to serve all our students and prepare them to flourish as responsible, ethical, and productive citizens. In preserving this mission, we kindly ask that when making public comment, you refrain from the use of profanity, exercise tolerance for others and their viewpoints, and exemplify model behavior. Please be mindful students are watching. You are encouraged to address the board at the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board will not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent or excessive disruption by any individual group shall be grounds for the board president to terminate the privilege of addressing the board. We appreciate the public's participation and your assistance in helping the board keep its meetings efficient, effective, and respectful. All written electronic public comments that were submitted will be provided to the Board of Education in writing. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. We always start with our Pledge of Allegiance, and I appreciate that Mr. Singh has agreed to lead us today.
Please rise and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Start with the best part, our high school students. Mr. Murray, we have high school student reports today from Florin and Valley High School. Mr. Murray will present.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos in absentia. We have some great presentations from both Florin and Valley.
Good evening, President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Liza Chavez, ASB President.
And my name is Isabella.
Welcome to Florin. As you can see, we are eager to show you that we are back on campus.
For this board report, we'll be taking you on a trip and letting you know what has happened since our last report.
Florin has set new rules for the safety of our staff and students. There are arrows on the floor that we must follow.
Before we go in, let's sanitize. Admin and faculty are really happy to have us back on campus. Come on now, let's follow the arrows so we can tell you all the amazing things going on at Florin.
ASB is working on beautifying our campus in order to celebrate diversity.
Hey, Miss Singh, what day is it today?
It's Where You Go Thursday! ASB and Avid are continuing to encourage college wear on Thursdays for our hashtag Where We're Going Thursday.
Hey, Kasia, I like your college wear.
Thanks. I had to show where I'm going to college for Where We're Going Thursdays. Now come horns.
Hi, Mr. Jensen, what day is it?
It's Where We're Going Thursday.
Hey, Mr. Nickerson, what day is it today?
It's Where We're Going Thursday.
Yay!
Hey, Amy, how's color guard?
We did really good. The color guards submitted a performance in the NCAA and got first place in our division.
Hey, excited to be back.
Yeah!
Wow, can I hear something?
Absolutely. Here we go. Pick up pieces. 1, 2, 1, 2, ready, go.
Don't they sound so good? Despite the circumstances, Band is excited to reconnect and play instruments again. Social distancing, of course.
Currently, we have 11 teams competing this spring at Florin. Cross country placed third place with 4 students earning all-league recognition. Tennis is defending its team's title with a winning record in league. Spring has sprung, and Florin FFA is coming along with animals, plants, and projects like this pond.
Hi, my name is Natalia Magdaleno. My classmate Morgan and I are finalists in the California State FFA Agri-Science Fair Contest.
At the UC Davis Agri-Science Field Day competition, I, Anthony Yang, was awarded first place in the Animal System Novice Division.
18 FFA students will be participating in the Sacramento County Fair this year. They will be showing rabbits and meat trades.
Law seniors entered in the Operation Protect and Defend Essay and Art Contest. The contest was about the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and the importance of our teens participating in our democratic society.
My trial's in full effect for us law juniors. The case is about a purse snatching as well as a stabbing. Always remember, law for life.
In celebration of coming back to campus for the first time in over a year,
Amazon, Walmart, and the Sheriff's Activities League have given donations to make goodie bags for students.
here we have notebooks, folders, sparkling water, pens, pencils, and chips. Software IT students are participating in the Pilot City program where students choose companies based on projects that need solving for the chance to earn a paid summer internship. Students have chosen to work with Uber, Allen AI, and Impossible Cuts. I chose to work with Uber.
16 Florida Panthers won the Oak Grove Regional Scholarship with approximately a grand total of $30,000.
Many other students were awarded with scholarships, including the senior scholarship that went to 5 seniors and the Dell scholarship that went to an added student.
Counselors are working together to facilitate freshman group pods so that freshmen have an opportunity to work with staff and counselors on campus.
As the school year comes to an end, seniors are deciding what career choices they will make.
Here are some students sharing their plans.
Thank you for sticking around. We hope you enjoyed the tour.
And now you know,
And we know
that every day is a great day to be a Panther. For sure.
Good evening, Board President Mrs. Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Mr. Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is once again Lillian Chang, and I'm currently a junior at Valley High School.
And I'm Reggie Lee, both happily and sadly a senior. A lot has happened at Valley since our last meeting. First off, our scholars continue to work hard and persevere every single day during these hectic times of distance learning. To encourage our outstanding scholars to continue pushing on to the end, Valley held its annual Block V in March, in which we acknowledged and congratulated all of the scholars that ended the quarter off with a 3.5 or higher GPA. Speaking of awards, Valley's exquisite health tech program recently held its community health worker certification exam for those aspiring to have a career in the medical field. The CHW trainees that passes this exam will be awarded their official Black Scrubs, recognizing their hard work and efforts in the class and contributions to the community. Along with recognizing our Viking scholars, 7 of our graphic design students were able to submit their artwork for a student art exhibition hosted by the Crocker Art Museum. Out of 40 different high schools and having only 72 available positions, all 7 of our students' art pieces were selected for this exhibition, making 10% of total admissions being held by Valley High students. Through the course of distance learning, Valley has worked on obtaining and is now the proud owners of a newly constructed fire department on campus for the fire science pathway, thanks to the help of Robert Pierce and Susan Bell. Now, for the meantime, our sophomore, juniors, and seniors are all preparing for the challenges to come during the AP exams coming up in May.
Since the end of January, Valley has opened up campus for athletes to come and start their on-campus training for their season. These sports include soccer, football, baseball, volleyball, golf, and co-ed tennis, and they've appeared on campus for their training and practices. Our outstanding athletes have worked vigorously and giving everything that they've got to represent not only Valley on the field, but also represent themselves and their passion for the sport. Golf has worked tremendously hard throughout their season and was able to end 2nd overall in the league. Co-ed tennis has also recently started their league on April 5th and was able to gain a 2-0 head start for their season. Lastly, our women's soccer team was able to excel on and off the field with having a cumulative 3.5 GPA, and we are so proud of our student athletes. Especially during this difficult time, we couldn't be more proud. So congratulations to them.
The month of February was jam-packed. Students were able to enjoy many different activities and events Valley has done for them. To recognize and celebrate the various artistic talents among our scholars, Valley held a night of arts on February 11th, and additionally a talent show. On February 25th, Valley's BSU held a Jeopardy game night to celebrate Black History Month. And how can we forget one of the most important days of February, Valentine's Day? To celebrate this very special day, Valley ASB sent out Valentine grants for those that wanted to send one out to a friend or a very special someone, if you know what I mean. Although we are not physically on campus, that does not mean that we cannot enjoy a homecoming dance. To celebrate the spirit of homecoming, Valley's ASB held a Homecoming Spirit Week from February 15th to the 19th, where students were able to dress up based on the theme of the day. Some of these themes were Twin Day, Pet Day, and of course, the Valley Special and Exclusive Spirit Day, all blue everything. Speaking of dances, Valley's dance company, Footworks, have worked extremely hard throughout the year, dancing their heart out and preparing themselves for the main stage. Even if we are socially distanced and in the pandemic, Footworks was able to beautifully deliver their main stage performance, Ephemeral, live through YouTube on March 26th.
Now, we can't forget one of the most memorable parts of high school, the clubs. From March 8th to the 12th, Valley held a virtual club carnival in order to celebrate and recognize all of the different clubs on campus. This includes clubs such as Key Club, Go Green Club, Mom Club, BSU, KFC, and so much more. During this week, clubs were able to host special games and events in order to show not only the fun things that happen in the club, but also what the club stands for. In addition to Club Carnival, a Spirit Week was held in order to keep the school spirit alive at Valley. Fun days such as Meme Day, Zodiac Day, and Wild West Day were available. Now, what's one of the most important days of our freshman year? Freshman orientation, of course. On March 30th to the 31st, Valley held a freshman orientation in order to introduce the class of 2024 to their new campus for the next 4 years. On this day, freshmen planning to do in-person learning were given a tour of the entire campus and were shown everywhere from the art area all the way to the newly constructed fire science building.
This school year has been one crazy void for everyone. It has been an experience packed with many different emotions, events, and surely technical issues. So we at Valley, again, would like to thank the teachers, staff, and parents for everything that they have done. We at Valley plan to bring this year to an end and finish off Viking strong. Thank you.
Thank you to our students. Our next item are resolutions. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments related to this resolutions?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to the resolution.
Thank you. Mr. Singh to present.
Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, staff, and community. It is my honor to present the resolution number 65, which establishes Classified School Employees Week for the Elk Grove Unified School District from May 16th to the 22nd, 2021. The California legislature passed a measure in 1986 establishing Classified School Employees Week to recognize the valuable contributions and meaningful services that classified employees make to our schools. In honor of this event, the Elk Grove Unified School District Board of Education is asked to approve the following resolution. Currently, Elk Grove Unified School District has approximately 2,735 classified employees. School sites and departments will be celebrating their classified staff the week of May 16th to the 22nd. And a few examples of things that are happening are surprises in employees' mailbox, coffee and individually wrapped donuts, staff luncheons, handwritten cards with words of gratitude and appreciation, and a HR bingo with prizes. It is my honor to request the board to adopt Resolution 65, 2020-21, which establishes Classified School Employees Week for the Elk Grove Unified School District from May 16th to the 22nd, 2021.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 65, which establishes Classified School Employees Week for the Elk Grove Unified School District as May 16th through 22nd, 2021.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Charis Espinoza, seconded by Mr. Perez. A roll call vote. Mr. Forshina. Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Alier. Aye. Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Aye.
And myself, it's unanimous. Thank you. Our next item is National School Nurses Day. Ms. Soriano, there were no comments on any of the resolutions, correct? Correct. Okay. Thank you. I will quit asking that question. Thank you, Mr. Ross.
Good evening, President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman. Since 1972, National School Nurse Day has been set aside to recognize school nurses. This year, School Nurse Day is May 12th, 2021. National School Nurse Day was established to foster a better understanding of the role of school nurses in the educational setting. School nurses are important in making our students safe, healthy, and ready to learn. Our school nurses juggle a complex array of medical and social issues, seeing students and moving from school to school across our district. On any given day, our nurses are providing direct health care to students, supporting children with chronic health conditions so they can attend school, serving as liaisons between school staff, family, and healthcare providers, providing healthcare assessment, intervention, and follow-up for all children within our school setting, and promoting health and safety through the education about healthy practices and treatment conditions. In addition to their regular duties, they have been a tremendous asset to our district during this pandemic. They have provided TB assessment for staff when the doctor offices were closed. They've provided contact tracing, volunteered at our COVID vaccine clinics, assisted school sites in implementing COVID safety protocols, and have worked closely with our families in providing education and resources, especially to our families who have students with chronic health conditions. In recognition of the important role that our school nurses play in the success of all students in Elk Grove Unified School District, the Board of Education is asked to approve Resolution 63 in recognizing May 12, 2021 as School Nurse Day.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 63, recognizing May 12th, 2021 as National School Nurse Day. Second. Moved by Ms. Jamerson, seconded by Dr. Martinez Alier. A roll call vote. Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Alier? Aye. Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza? Aye. Mr. Forchina? And myself, it's unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Ross. Our next presenter is Ms. Drake for School Lunch Hero Day. Nice to see you.
Good evening, President Albiani, members of the board, superintendent. I'm here this evening to honor our school. Oops, can you not hear me? Sorry. I'm normally so loud. I'm here this evening to honor our school lunch heroes. School Lunch Hero Day, celebrated annually, was designated by the School Nutrition Association and Jarrett Kroaska, who is the author of the Lunch Lady graphic novel series. In a normal school year, our school nutrition professionals have a lot on their plate already, preparing healthy food, adhering to strict nutrition standards, navigating specialized students, and offering service with a smile. Since March 2020, with the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Food Nutrition Services team has been on the front lines providing meal services to the families in our communities and has continued to do so since the beginning. Their hard work, flexibility, willingness to adapt to change, and the dedication to the children in our district has been truly amazing and worth sincere recognition. Before I read the resolution, we would like to share a short video to celebrate the many school lunch heroes we have here in Elk Grove Unified. I also would like to thank the communication team for putting this video together. Our theme this year is You Put the Zing in Amazing. As you can see by the video, we have a lot of amazing school lunch heroes. Therefore, I ask the board adopt resolution number 68, whereas nutritious meals at schools are an essential part of the school day, whereas the staff of the district's Food and Nutrition Services Department are committed to providing healthful, nutritious meals to the district's children, whereas the staff who prepare and serve the meals help nurture our children through their daily interaction and support, and whereas the day, Friday, May 7th, 2021, is School Lunch Hero Day. Therefore, it be resolved, the governing board recognize and express its deep appreciation to these valuable employees, commend their good work on behalf of children, and declare May 7th as School Lunch Hero Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam President Albiani, if I may. Anyone that knows Ms. Drake and has worked with her over the years knows that she's a very humble and gracious person, and she always gives credit to the department's successes to her staff. So given her humble nature, she won't appreciate this, but now's the time. So as we all know, leadership matters, and she is a true leader in all sense of the word. No Kid Hungry recently wrote a letter to the superintendent that California school nutrition directors and their teams are true heroes and have been on the front lines since day one. And they go on to recite all of the significant roles that they play in feeding children. And we certainly know that's the case with Ms. Drake and her staff. So No Kid Hungry has provided this School Meals Hero Trophy. They've engraved Ms. Drake's name on the trophy, and they respectfully ask that we present it to Ms. Drake tonight and express to her the gratitude for her tireless commitment to food access and educational equity. So in addition to this, No Kid Hungry will be acknowledging Ms. Drake on their No Kid Hungry social media page. And I know I speak for everyone in the organization as I present this to Ms. Drake and extend my sincere appreciation of all that she and her team have done for children throughout our district. So I'm going to ask Superintendent Hoffman to come up. Ms. Pinkerton's going to take a picture of the two of them with the board in the backdrop, and we will be forwarding this on to No Kid Hungry. Michelle had no idea.
Bravo, bravo, bravo. Oh.
I don't know if we voted yet.
No.
So I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 68 designating May 7th, 2021 as School Lunch Hero Day.
I gladly move approval of resolution number 68.
Second. Moved by Mr. Fortuna, seconded by Dr. Martinez Salier. Roll call vote. Dr. Martinez Salier. Aye. Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza. Aye. Mr. Forcina. Ms. Jamerson. Aye. And myself, unanimous. Thank you for all your work and all your staff's work. It's been amazing. Our last resolution of the day is Physical Fitness and Sports Month resolution. Mr. Cerruti.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening to you and to our board members and to Superintendent Hoffman. Before I do this, just a quick request, and that is that I never follow our food service and Ms. Drake again. But congratulations to Michelle and that amazing team. This resolution recognizes the central role of physical education and sports in creating a healthy lifestyle for all children in the Elk Grove Unified School District. The President's Council on Sports Fitness and Nutrition recognizes May as Physical Fitness and Sports Month. And its mission is to invoke a call to action to recognize the value and importance of having physical activity and physical education in the lives of our kids and adults. Of course, all of us need to engage with fitness and movement activities throughout the year. Campaigns like this one helps to reactivate our interest in physical activity. Research shows that physically active children are more likely to thrive academically and have improved behavior in school. And schools can promote physical activity through comprehensive school physical activity programs, including recess, classroom-based physical activity, intramural physical activity clubs, interscholastic sports, and physical education. In support of this resolution, the Department of Curriculum and Professional Learning will partner with Online Physical Education Network, OPEN, the national trainers to offer 3 professional development opportunities for our teachers. One is teaching face-to-face with physical and social distancing. Another is technology tools for virtual or face-to-face physical education. And the third is building brains and bodies with active classrooms. In support of this resolution, the Department of Curriculum and Professional Learning is coordinating with our physical education teachers to offer an elementary and secondary Zoom session for families to showcase how families can be physically active in the summer months. And with that, I respectfully request that the Board of Education give consideration to approve Resolution 64 designating May as Physical Fitness and Sports Month. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 64 designating May 2021 as Physical Fitness and Sports Month.
So moved.
I'll second. Moved by Mr. Perez, seconded by Ms. Charis Espinoza. Roll call vote, Mr. Perez. Thank you. Mr. Yang,
Yes.
Ms. Charis Espinoza,
Yes.
Mr. Fortino,
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson,
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Solir,
Aye.
and myself. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you,
Shree.
ma'am.
Our next item is public comment. Ms. Soriano. Oh. Yes. Please go ahead, sorry.
Yes, there are 4 public comments waiting on Zoom, and then the remainder of approximately 3 or 4 or 5 public comments that are written in. Those who are in public comment for Zoom are Cheryl Adams, Laureen Pryor, Janice Smith, and Trinity Mosby. And I think we're going to begin with Cheryl Adams. She's not present. So we'll move to either Janice Smith or Miss Laureen Pryor. Is Janice there? Let's go with Janice Smith.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, I would like to make a public comment about teachers at specifically Warren High School. My public comment will be for them to have training on how to address students and how to assess us, especially when it comes to teaching from distant learning and teaching us different topics. The way they address students and how sometimes they assess us, it seems as if they don't want to be there. And sometimes it's hurtful, especially when we feel very diminished, we feel very belittled in the classroom environment. Specifically me, I don't feel important. I don't feel like my education matters. And simply sometimes it's just like, I don't want to be there because I feel like I'm not wanted there. And I'm done.
Thank you, thank you.
Next public comment would be from Laureen Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. Laureen Pryor with Black Youth Leadership Project. I just wanted to come before you again to acknowledge that I still have not heard from anybody. I know that in the April meeting, you were told erroneously that someone called me addressing the disproportionate discipline of Black students and having a plan of such. I have not heard from anyone. I have asked Madam Board Chair for you to designate someone to get to me. I still have not heard from anyone. I gave you a list of dates that I have been talking about this same topic and expands over 3 years, and nobody really wants to come to the table and talk about currently why we're not listed as one of your community partners. while you've put 2 other groups, you have groups coming and that's starting the clock over. And we don't need the clock started over. We need you to take action now. So what I would like to see and what I am requesting is a comprehensive plan to address disproportionate discipline of Black students in your district. You just heard from one of my students, Miss Janice Smith. She was very, very nervous, and she was talking about her experience on your campus. This time it's Florin High School. There seems to be a disconnect when we're talking about how people are relating to Black students on your campus. For the past 2 years, we've been listening to equity and race and equity education reports, and they talk about the belongingness issue that our students are experiencing, the fact that they feel like they don't matter, that they're trying twice as hard to be looked at as just as good to get into your honors and AP classes. So we have some things that we need to talk about. We need to talk about why they are continuing to be the lowest in every statistical category except discipline. There has to be something done. And so at this point, we don't need any type of programs that's going to restart the clock. We need you all to really hone in on this issue that seems to be happening in your district when it comes to the disproportionate discipline. I don't care how it's been tried to be explained away. You have a problem. You are listed as #1 in the state for disproportionate discipline of Black students, specifically Black boys. I need a plan. I need something. My students need something. I am tired of the tears. I am tired of the disrespect they have coming from your staff. And then when I show up, it's a different story. So we need to figure out how we support these students where they are, make them feel seen and valued. And let's figure out how to get 2 welcoming centers in your district for Black students who feel disproportionately impacted by your bias and the negativity that they're being given. So once again, I'm here, I'm ready to work. I've been at the table. I look forward in partnering, and I expect a response.
Thank you.
Okay. Next comment from Trinity Mosby.
Can you guys hear me?
We need you to be just a little louder, Trinity.
Okay, can you guys hear me now? Or is it too quiet?
That's better, yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to go fast. Okay, hold on, sorry. Okay, good evening, EGSD board. My name is Trinity Mosby, and I'm a junior at Laguna Creek High School. I'm an active person in the Elk Grove community and in our school district. It has been brought to my attention that the board and superintendent are unaware of the struggles Black students face on campus day to day. I have a few things I've encountered on your campuses and interactions I've had with your staff. In middle school, I was bluntly discouraged by staff at my school from taking higher level courses. Because I was a new transfer, the staff at the school made it seem like my prior education wasn't enough to be in honor classes. It was weird because I've been an honorable student my whole entire schooling life. And ultimately, this disabled my ability to be full IB during high school. My high school's ASB is not representative of the student body. I am one of the very few Black students in ASB. There was a time when I entered the ASB room and a white student questioned me like I didn't belong in the class. I had to fight to be informed when other students didn't have that struggle. I would show up to try to get in contact with people in ASB and was completely dismissed and ignored. This is clearly not an issue of the lack of participation of Black students. It's an issue with the staff who continuously disrespects and dismisses us and permits other students to do the same. As a Black girl with Black friends, the dress code has been unreasonably biased towards us. My physique is very slender and long. There have been numerous occasions where staff at my school dress coded me because my shorts or dress appeared to be too short, but other non-Black girls got to walk around wearing the same thing. Not to mention being violated for dress code infractions contributes to a learning loss that no one addresses. I've been heavily involved with SEC at my school. We created a racial justice action plan for Black students. When we presented it to the staff and our principal, he told us that we were asking for too much. He responded that what we were asking for was not a need, rather just a want. We were asking for things like ethnic studies, safe Black spaces, and encouraging Black students into higher level courses. To make the plan more tangible, I guess, our principal suggested that we create a dictionary so people know what equity related terms mean. Although completely opposed to the idea, we worked on it. There has been no further action on that work, making me feel like it was busy work. During Black History Month, the 1 month out of the school year where Black students are able to learn about ourselves and our history, teachers failed to recognize the month, although it was well known. In February, we had a student at my school do virtual blackface. Nothing was sent out. I was never notified or contacted, although I was one of the students who reported it. We also had a white student union target BSUs around the district. They posted things in support of white supremacist groups and commented on our post. Our school decided to send out a letter that indirectly addressed what happened. I have had a teacher facilitate discussions where students in my class were allowed to demean African American vernacular English, saying that it is uneducated or disrespectful. I've had students in my class refer to Black people as colored or say things like, "You're only getting into college because you're Black." The distance learning has been a blessing for Black students, hence why a lot of us are thriving. We do not have to be in the faces of these students or of these staff who dismiss us, disrespect us, and disregard us. We don't have to encounter microaggressions. Although these things are more prevalent in person, it does not change the fact that we still deal with them. I would like to suggest a solution. I've been in BYLP for a long time now, and I've never felt anything but empowered, loved, and safe in the arms of the staff and students in the organization. I feel that BYLP on every campus would give Black students a better experience. I would also appreciate if the district held
Thank you, Trinity. Staff will be reaching out.
I don't know, Cheryl Adams? No, Cheryl Adams is absent.
All right, if you could read public comment then, please, and we will check one last time after you're done on Ms. Adams.
The first public comment is anonymous. At the last board meeting, Mr. Fortina put the question on the table, is a rubber stamp board? I submit that the board is absolutely a rubber stamp. The only ones that bring up tough questions and issues are Mr. Fortina and Mr. Perez. When they do, they are generally attacked by Ms. Chairez Espinosa and Ms. Albiani for bringing up what constituents are asking about. No better example was the discussion of the purchase of the 2 vehicles for $85,000 each. Both Ms. Albiani and Ms. Chairez Espinosa lectured about basically not wasting the board's time. Mr. Hoffman even got into the action that trucks were necessary to deliver supplies using the example of Chromebook distribution. I'm curious, Mr. Hoffman, how did the security team help distribute Chromebooks? Oh, that's right, in sedans. And in the end, Ms. Chairez Espinosa chimed in that $170,000 for 2 vehicles wasn't a trivial amount, because it's not. Since it appears that Ms. Martinez-Aleri is just along for the ride, the question comes down to, will the newest board members, Ms. Jamerson and Mr. Yang, step up and put an end to the rubber stamping whatever is presented? We also got to see Mr. Hoffman double down with his non-apology apology. The unheartfelt apology was only around procedure and didn't address the core issue of calling a constituent a liar. In fact, Mr. Hoffman reiterated that the constituent is lying. From watching Mr. Hoffman's behavior in action over the last year, it's become crystal clear that not only is he a narcissist, he's also a bully that doesn't tolerate being questioned. If this board wants a boss and not a leader, you've got your man. It would seem logical that an independent investigation into this situation is warranted since one of the two isn't telling the truth. My money is on the constituent, but the facts will bear out the truth. Oh, I forgot this is a rubber stamp board. The next comment is from Lisa Stanley. I am with Black Youth Leadership Project and demand action to correct the district's disproportionate discipline of our Black students. I am disgusted at how far back in public comment this has been brought up with absolutely no resolution. Matter of fact, while the issues are worsening, the disregard of our Black students' mistreatment by the Elk Grove School District is unacceptable. I hear the frustrations firsthand. Our students are tired and we are too. Black students are continuously overlooked in their talents and abilities in the classroom. Instead of being recognized for being inquisitive, they are viewed as a threat or challenging authority. They are forced to deal with the daily microaggressions by teachers and administrators. No child should have to endure so many hurdles in a system set up for academic success. All students should receive respect, genuine care, and assistance to help them achieve their goals by people hired to work with our children. This is not the case of our Black students. A plan to address the ignorance and bias of teachers, administrators, and staff must be put into place. Use the CARES Act funds to make a significant change to the trajectory of Black children's future instead of checking a box on an equity team. Partner with BYLP, who is actively advocating for the Black students your district continues to discipline and lock out. The time is now. We are not going away. Our babies' lives are too precious. What are we going to do? The next comment is from Ryan McLaughlin. 5 weeks ago, the board unanimously voted to add to the agenda a discussion about a full return to in-person learning. Here we sit roughly 1 month before the board will decide to announce plans for next year. And there has been no agenda item in any of the past several board meetings to discuss this matter publicly. The board continues to hide behind legal jargon as an excuse for not discussing this matter over email with concerned citizens, but has no excuse as to why it is still not an agenda item for the public to hear. Once again, highlighting the lack of transparency with this board. During the parent listening session last week, Mr. Cerruti announced that 91% of the individuals that responded to the district's inquiry of the type of learning they preferred for the upcoming school year chose full in-person return. 91% of the constituents that you, as the board, are supposed to represent want their kids back in school full-time and in person, and therefore want to hear the board's plans for that. Yet you remain silent. It is utterly amazing that you, as a board, continue to ignore the voices of the individuals who elect you, the voices of individuals you work for, the voices of people who you yourselves say know what is in the best interest of their children. You do not work for the Superintendent Hoffman. You do not work for the Governor of California. You do not work for the Teachers Union of Elk Grove, although based on the monetary contributions to some of your campaigns, it appears you may be working for them. You work for us, and you were making it clear what we want. The item was voting on to appear to an agenda, and therefore it can and should be discussed immediately. June 15th is a date that was thrown out by the board as the date that they will make their decision regarding 2021-2022 school year. Not coincidentally, it is also the same date that the governor announced California will magically reopen. Based on numerous written and TV news stories that Mr. Hoffman has done with the governor of California, there is no question that the political influence of the state has breached the EGUSD. Yet this board is to remain a nonpartisan board. The board cannot and should not allow Superintendent Hoffman and his influence from Governor Newsom, nor the Teachers Union of Elk Grove to dictate the direction the district is heading. This board needs to stand up and make decisions based on the wants and needs of individuals that elected them and not be politically influenced. We continue to ask that the issue of reopening be discussed now with the key stakeholders, including parents and students, and not wait for Superintendent Hoffman and Governor Newsom to hold a news conference on one of the EGUSD campuses with KCRA present. We need to know now, and we need to have our voices heard. Thank you. The next comment is from Jada Prayer. I'd like to discuss the disproportionate number of discipline your Black students are facing day in and day out while being students in your district. Not only are they being targeted in person, but they are also targeted virtually. I've been speaking to students that go to different schools within Elk Grove Unified, and they all tell me the same thing. They do not feel safe on your campuses, even virtually. So what policies, practices, and programs are you going to implement in your district to ensure that Black children start feeling safe, welcome, and comfortable? And I expect a response. The next comment is from Exquisitive Hundley. Good evening. My name is Exquisitive Hundley. I am an advocate with BYLP and wanted to continue to bring to light the way, the egregious way Black students are treated within the district. According to Dr. J. Luke Wood, a San Diego State University professor who co-authored the report about discipline within California's school system, said the Sacramento area is ground zero for suspensions in California. Ground zero originated as a term to describe the site of a nuclear explosion and later was used to refer to the point of any dramatic or violent event. Let that sink in. This district is ground zero. In other words, Elk Grove Unified is complicit in further traumatizing our Black babies. Elk Grove is complicit in disproportionate discipline of Black students. To give some context, with over 63,152 students enrolled, only 11% or 6,647 students of these students are Black. However, Black students make up over 36% of the out-of-school suspensions and 33% of expulsions, according to the ProPublica. When will this school district stop with the violence against the Black students? Black Youth Leadership Project will continue to stand in the forefront for our children and call out this school district until something is done. We are not nowhere. That concludes the public comment for items not on the agenda, Madam Board President.
Thank you, Ms. Soriano. Next, we have our consent agenda. Ms. Soriano, is there any public comment related to the consent agenda?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to the consent agenda.
Okay, I'd like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 14 on the consent agenda.
I like to pull items.
You'd like to pull items? What items, sir?
4, item 4, 12, 13, and 14.
Okay. I'd like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 11 on the consent agenda minus number 4.
12, 13, and 14.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Charis Espinoza, seconded by Dr. Martina Soler. Take a roll call on that. Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Porcina?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Dr. Martina Soler?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
And myself is unanimous. Mr. Perez, you pulled number 4. Did you want to start with that?
Yes, again, I would like to, this issue is regarding acceptance of gifts. And I'd like to thank those individuals, yourself, donating books. And another donor, Bentley, and also the Asian America for Good Political Action Committee, which donated $27,000, providing monthly face masks for all district employees. That was a very big contribution for our program, for our staff safety, health and safety. So I'd like to congratulate everybody who contributed and donated to our cause.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Number 12?
Number 12, I'd like to have an update because in our BF production contract 2021, it only stated one high school, and there was a line there that we will be notified of another site for graduation. So since that time that we received this PF production contract for 2021 graduation, has there been an update regarding the site for graduation ceremonies?
Yes, the second
Okay,
site,
could you please announce to the community?
the second site will be Monterey Trail High School. We did send that out as a board communication this week, and we did do a press release on that today as well. So the 2 sites where we'll do the graduations will be Casumnas Oaks High School and Monterey Trail High School.
Thank you.
Number 13?
13. Understanding the more memorandum of understanding between Sacramento County Office of Education and Special Education Services. That, I like the idea, but it didn't have more data per school, how many students were going to be seen. And because of the CARES Act, round 3, we could do maybe a little bit more financial impact in this arena because of the COVID-19 issues that we had since this last academic year. So let's rethink the total of special ed. They have taken a big hit, and we need special services, more services than we have here. And I just want to, like I said, I think it's a very good idea, well done idea, but yet our special ed students need a lot of help.
Yeah, so this is the base contract that we have annually with the Sacramento County Office of Education, and having this in place allows us to do our base services for special needs students with regards to the work with SCOE. Nothing stops us from doing anything additional through the other processes that we're doing through the COVID relief fund dollars, but having this in place is an important step. But we can certainly have additional conversations with regards to funding for special needs students as well as other student groups. And that will be part of the process as we move forward. But I would encourage the board to approve this initial step.
And again, the last one, number 14, Chromebooks. The cost of services equipment approximately $1,000. Now, again, I support the idea, but again, there's not enough information where these Chromebooks are going to, what schools, and testing. I thought we had enough, this is my understanding, we had enough Chromebooks for testing, but now we want to give or purchase more, so I don't understand this.
I can speak to that for you.
Okay.
So we do have enough Chromebooks currently on hand to meet the needs of our students. But the reality is we have a group of Chromebooks that will age out and they need to be replaced. And it's taking 6 months or more in order to get Chromebooks from the factory physically to the school district. So we're making this purchase ahead of time now in anticipation of Chromebooks that will go offline next year. But if we wait, the chances of us getting those machines here in time for that would be in jeopardy. So that's why we're doing this ahead of time. But we have what we need right now to finish out the school year and start for the 21-22 school year. We have the machines here and available, but we will need more moving forward.
Very good idea. I support that. Now, do we have a plan of what we're going to do with the Chromebooks? The ones that, the surplus?
Yes.
And what's the plan?
For the surplus devices or the ones that are aging out?
Aging out Chromebooks.
The ones that are aging out, we surplus those and we advertise it so that nonprofits can come and can pick those up. Basically, when we're surplusing them out, they're not supported by Google anymore, so they can't have any more updates on them. They're not much use outside of that because they can't get any more updates from Google services out there. So we work with purchasing and we advertise that, and some nonprofits can come up and pick them up for parts, basically.
Oh, so Chromebooks would only be used as parts for community nonprofits?
Yeah, at some point, because they're not supported by Google anymore, so they are not getting any more updates, and things will stopped working on them. That's why we're getting rid of them, is because things stopped working.
So would that be the same issue? These same books, Chromebooks that we're going to purchase, so they would be outdated. We cannot update them.
At a certain point, yes. I think they're good for 8 years. I think they're supported for 8 years. The devices usually don't hold up that long, just because of that long on a device is a long time. But by Google, I think the new standard is 8 years from the time that is manufactured.
So these Chromebooks that we have presently, the shelf life were only 1 year? Or how long have we had the ones that we are replacing?
The ones that we're replacing are going to be 5-ish years old or so. But we're also getting rid of some that are just broken, right? So things are happening with that. So it's a mixture of things that are going on.
So can we maybe change our idea that we purchase some type of PC that we could update? So if we cannot update, that our community partners could possibly and community organizations could receive these or even our students? Is that possible?
Well, we're getting devices that get updated continually for up to 8 years. So on these devices, this is a pretty long time for those to last. The devices themselves will start to break down. Batteries will explode or expand, explodes the wrong word, expand and not work. Keyboards will start to fall apart, screens will stop functioning and so on. So having a device that's in a kid's hand going back and forth and doing all these things is going to get beat up, and they are not going to last 8 years, no matter which device you get for them. So the ones that we're getting are really lasting probably 4 to 5 years just because of the wear and tear on them.
Right.
The ones that we're going are getting updates from Google for up to 8 years. Most companies aren't going to support things more than 8 years in an operating system.
Very good. That wasn't in the written statement, but I have a better understanding what's going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'd like to call for a motion to approve item 4, 12, 13, and 14 on our consent agenda.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Moved by Ms. Charis Espinoza, seconded by Ms. Jamerson. A roll call vote. Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Dr. Martina Soler?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
And myself. It's unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to bargaining units. Ms. Soriano, are there any comments from bargaining unit members?
Madam Board President Albiani, I do not have any public comments from any bargaining unit members.
Thank you. Our next item is action items. We have a resolution to reinitiate a transition to a by-trustee area election system commencing with the 2022 governing board election. Ms. Soriano, do we have any comment in reference to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. Mr. Pierce, please present.
Thank you very much, President Albiani, members of the board, and Superintendent Hoffman. I'm going to introduce both items. You have two back-to-back items tonight. I want to applaud the board for taking these steps. These are very significant actions that will be before you. I shared a timeline with the board late last week. As you recall from that timeline, we have a lot of work cut out for you, and we will be taking these items up back to back literally from tonight all the way through the end of August. And then you will pick up additional work starting on or around November, could be as late as December, and you'll hear more about why tonight. And that'll culminate with the completion of all this in February of 2022. So good hard work, and we have a lot in front of us. So again, very important items to present to you tonight. First, the board's going to receive a presentation on the California Voting Rights Act, the process to transition to trustee area elections from your current hybrid at-large election system. And then you're going to review options and timing of the transition process. Included in that is a resolution for your consideration that you'll reaffirm an action that you took in December of 2019, expressing your intent to move to a by-trustee election system. You'll hear more in the presentation why we need to reaffirm that in tonight's resolution. In short, it has to do with the significant delay of the 2020 census, due of course to the COVID-19 pandemic. That'll be presented by Ms. Michelle Cannon with Lozano Smith. I will be running the presentation here live. She'll be joining you remotely, and both you and the public will be able to see her as well as see the presentation tonight. The second item is a follow-up from Shalise Tilton, and she will be giving you a presentation as well as a public hearing on the procedure of your map criteria of all your trustee areas. So that's a public hearing for no action required, but it's the first step in the possible modification of your trustee areas based on the 2010 census data. Okay, so with that, I will be, sure. Her name is Shalise Tilton, and she's with National Demographers, and pardon me, I forget what the S is, but she will introduce herself to you. She worked with us in 2011, as well did the firm, when the board adjusted its trustee areas based on the 2010 census. But she will be introducing herself, and you will see that shortly. Okay, so I'm going to queue up Ms. Cannon, and I'm going to pull the presentation up here live, and she will have me advance the slides for your sake and the benefit of the public.
Thank you, Rob. Are you ready for me to go ahead and start?
Please give us one moment.
Yep.
Yes, Michelle, we're ready. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Hoffman. As Rob said, my name is Michelle Cannon. I'm a partner with Lozano Smith in our Sacramento office, and I'll be one of the attorneys helping to guide your district through making the transition to by trustee area elections. I have a short presentation for you tonight to basically just set the stage on where you are in the process, why you're in the process, and what all of the next steps will be. And then, as you heard from Rob, Shalice Tilton, your demographer, will also be making a presentation as part of the public hearing that's required for tonight. So the roadmap of what I want to cover with you is just the California voting rights options and the district's specific election history. I'll just give you a very brief, and I mean brief, primer on the California Voting Rights Act. We'll talk about what the process to transition to by trustee area elections looks like, so you understand that. And then we'll talk about your specific options and timing, because you and frankly other districts that are similarly situated are in a unique position based on the timing and this delay in the census that you've heard mentioned already and that we will talk about as we go on tonight. Okay, so with that said, I will just jump right into it. Thanks, Rob. If you'd go to the next slide, thank you. So there are multiple options for how Board of Trustees for school districts are elected in California. And as you know, there's an at-large option where all voters in a district elect all trustees. There's a hybrid option, which of course is what you currently have, where the trustees have to live in specific trustee areas, but they're still elected at large by all folks in the district. And then the third option is when trustees are elected by trustee areas. And in that situation, board members have to not only live in the trustee areas like you all currently do under your system, but then they're only elected by the voters in those specific trustee areas. And that's what we refer to as by district or by district voting or by trustee area voting. You'll hear us sort of use those terms interchangeably. And those are the three basic ways that school district elections take place in California. As far as your current board, we've got a slide here, and this is probably not news to any of you, but just so the members of the public understand it. You've got a 7-member board. You are elected using the hybrid model, which means that you have to live in specific areas, but everyone within the district can vote for trustees. There are 7 geographic areas. We've got listed here each of the trustee members and the date that their current term ends. And that's important because as we talk about a little bit later, any transition that you make will not impact the termination of any current trustee board member terms. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Again, and I hope I'm not boring anyone, we just wanted to give context to sort of where you are and how you got here. So 1959, the school district is created through a unification process. And at that time, the 7 trustee areas were actually established to ensure representation of prior merged school districts. And that's very common. Then when school districts are merged, trustee areas are set up because folks are concerned that they will retain, some ownership and representation from the original district once there's a consolidation or a merging of various school districts. So your district did that at the time, again, not uncommon at all. And that's been your election method since the time that the district was created in the late 1950s. Now in 2011, your trustee areas were last updated for population balance. And you're going to hear us talk a lot about population balance after the census. As you know, the census is the census data, which updates population, is updated every 10 years. And when that occurs, there has to be some balancing for the updated numbers. So you last did that in 2011. In 2019, the board passed a resolution which stated your intent to initiate a transition to a by trustee area election system starting with the 2022 governing board election. So you already did a resolution of intent, and I'll have a slide on this in a moment, but it's because so much time has passed, and more importantly, the pandemic has delayed the release of census data, that we're coming to you tonight and asking that you approve an updated resolution expressing your intent. Okay. I'm going to give you a brief overview, as I stated, on the California Voting Rights Act. This was created in 2001, and it's got some very specific timelines and provisions which districts and other public entities have to follow when making the transition. The basis of the California Voting Rights Act, it's modeled after the Federal Voting Rights Act, but it's different in some fairly significant ways. It prohibits the use of at-large elections that impair the ability of a protected class to either elect candidates of its choice or to influence the outcome of an election. So the whole intent is to make sure that folks that are part of a protected class have a voice basically in elections within the district. The only way to ensure compliance under the California Voting Rights Act is to use trustee area elections, okay? Any kind of hybrid or at-large elections are subject to being challenged under the CVRA. The CVRA differs from the Federal Voting Rights Act. One of the important ways in which it differs is that under the federal law, there has to be some sort of intent to discriminate. That is not required under the California law. So the district, the board, the voters don't have to have an intent to discriminate in order for at-large system of elections to be unlawful under the California Voting Rights Act. So that's one important piece. Just to, go back, Rob, sorry. I just wanted to talk about racially polarized voting. Racially polarized voting, the term is defined as voting in which there's a difference in the choice of candidates that are preferred by voters of a protected class and the choice of candidates that are preferred by the rest of the voters in the jurisdiction. So that's the definition in the law of polarized voting. The definition of protected class under the CVRA includes members of a race, color, or language minority group. So those are the three things we look at when we're looking at a protected class. It could be any race, color, or language minority group. I will just tell you that in California, these issues almost always arise, and what we focus on are largely the Hispanic and Latino communities. And so just so that you know that. Okay, now I'm ready for the next slide. Thank you. So here's just an example, sort of a schematic to show you what the at-large or hybrid Elk Grove model looks like. It shows that you've got these trustees in the different trustee areas and that all voters elect trustees. And you'll see what that looks like. And it essentially can result in some areas being bigger or smaller, but the voters who are allowed to vote on those areas are not dependent on whether they live in that district. And so it's not based on population in certain trustee areas. Now, when or if you make the transition to by trustee area elections, which again is the only method which is guaranteed not to violate the CVRA, trustees have to reside within a certain area, and then only the voters within that area may vote for those specific trustees. So again, we've just got a color-coded sort of graphic to show you here what that would look like and how the voting would differ from when you're talking about voters from all across the district voting for a certain trustee. Now, I mentioned that by trustee area elections are the only method of election that's guaranteed not to violate the CVRA. And what that means is when you've got a by trustee area election, even if there are protected classes and they're not getting their preferred candidates elected to the board, it doesn't matter under the CVRA because you are guaranteed to not be violating the CVRA if you are using the by trustee area election method. We're going to talk about the litigation that has existed across the state over the last 10, 15 years. But I do want to just point out that when districts get challenged on CVRA issues, the court can and does award attorney's fees. And often it's the attorney's fees that are so huge in this case. They can also award the expert fees, which include demographer and other experts, and other costs associated with litigation. Now, on the flip side, if a district were to prevail in defending CVRA litigation, there's not the statutory right to recover your attorney's fees and costs like there is for plaintiffs. We've got listed here just a few examples of some really big attorney's fees and awards that have been against public entities that have decided to fight CVRA transitions. And I will say that for many of these public entities, they've decided to fight because they felt confident that there was no racially polarized voting, that they didn't have issues, that they had preferred candidates by protected categories of voters being elected and all that good stuff. And even in those situations, almost always do the public entity loses, because the way the CVRA is stacked is that if you're not doing the by trustee area elections, it's just almost impossible to win. We used to have a slide that we would show to districts when we're doing this presentation that would say no public entity in California has ever prevailed in a CVRA challenge. And as of today, there actually is one, although they prevailed at the Court of Appeal level, and now that's now up on appeal to the California Supreme Court. So there might be one tiny little win for a public entity, but it's pretty darn unusual. And as you can see from these amounts listed here, just something to be avoided if at all possible. Okay, so this is just another example. I don't need to go through all the details of all the gory details. This is the case that's pending that I just mentioned out of the city of Santa Monica. One thing I want to mention, and I don't think I have a slide on this because it doesn't really apply to you guys, but if you get a plaintiff or someone who comes in and they file a complaint or a petition with you saying you're violating the CVRA because you're not doing by trustee area elections, the district basically has the opportunity to go ahead and make the transition if they adopt an intent resolution to make the transition within 45 days of getting that kind of a claim. And then if they go ahead and go through the whole process that I'm going to be describing with you within 90 days after that intent resolution. And you've maybe heard of that 45, 90-day window. We refer to that as the safe harbor, because under the CVRA, if you get a claim or a complaint or a petition, they're all the same, different words for the same thing. And you go ahead and make the transition within that time period, you fall within the safe harbor. And the benefit to that is there's a maximum attorney's fees that can be awarded to the petitioner. And that's a statutory fee of about $32,000. And I say about because there's statutory language that ratchets it up just a little bit each year. So it used to be 30 and it's at about 32,000 right now. So I just want you guys to be aware of that, because if you talk with some of your friends at other districts, you might have heard, oh, are you in the safe harbor? Have you paid statutory attorney's fees? And I want you to know that exists, but that's not what's going on with you, because you haven't had you don't have a petition or a complaint pending before you right now. Okay, let's talk about what the actual transition to by trustee area elections looks like. The transition process is detailed and multifaceted. You can find it in Elections Code section 10010, etc. if you ever want to look at it and read up on it on your own. Okay, next slide is the first step is to adopt the intent resolution. And the intent resolution states the governing board's intent to go ahead and make the transition to by trustee area elections. Now, you know that you already did this originally in 2019, but we are asking you to do it again because your original intent resolution stated that you would use the 2020 census results. And at this point, I believe the recommendation is that you go ahead and go forward with the 2010 census data. And we're going to talk about the reasons for that in a little bit, but that would require an updated resolution just so that it's accurate. We've got an accurate record of what you're doing. After an intent resolution is adopted, the next step are the hearing procedures and map development that exist under the CVRA process and also the California Education Code process. And so the first is there's a pre-map hearing, and there's actually 2 public hearings that are required to be held before preparing any draft maps. So before a demographer can present a map or prepare a map, we've got to hold 2 public hearings. Tonight will be your first public pre-map hearing. And then if the calendar goes forward as we proposed, you will be holding another pre-map hearing within the next few weeks. The pre-map hearings are the opportunity for the board and members of the public to discuss possible line drawing criteria to be used in developing maps. And your demographer tonight will review what that looks like and what your options are there. Once the 2 pre-map public hearings have been held, then the district has to hold 2 map consideration hearings. And those are 2 separate public hearings spaced apart. And those will be to review actual draft maps that the demographer has put together. And the number of maps will depend on a lot of different things, but you'll get multiple maps that both the board and members of the public will have the opportunity to review and weigh in on. And again, I expect that your demographer will cover more details about that tonight. The final public hearing piece is the actual map adoption hearing. And so this is the 5th and final public hearing that's required before adopting a final by trustee area map. And so that would be at another public hearing, again, further on down the road in your process. The next step after you've done all of your public hearings is county committee review. The County Committee on School District Organization has the authority in these cases to change the method of election in a school district under its jurisdiction. They have to hold at least 1 hearing, and they have to hold it within your jurisdiction to consider your proposal. So once you've adopted a proposed map, then it's going to go to the county committee, and they have to hold a public hearing within your district, within your jurisdiction, to consider and hopefully vote to approve the district's map that you have adopted. Once the county committee has approved, then one of 2 things can happen. And this is step 4. It's either election or waiver from the state board. So once the county committee approves the proposal, an election is required to be called seeking voter approval of the transition to by trustee area elections and the map as well. But for school districts, there's a carve out that gives us a waiver. And you can go to the State Board of Education, and there's an application that they have available and seek a waiver of that election piece. These waivers are almost always sought by school districts that we work with and almost always granted. I don't think there's been a school district that we've worked with that's made the application to the state board that hasn't been granted. And there's a lot of good reasons for doing that. The one being the time and expense of an election can be avoided just by going to the state board for a waiver. So that's what we would recommend and seek to do here as well. And there does have to be a public hearing on going to the state board for a waiver too. So that is something that would be worked into your transition process timeline as well. Okay. Now the next and last part for me is I just wanted to talk about the timing of the transition process for your district specifically and where you are and why we find ourselves here. There is a delay in the release of the 2020 census data. Again, with your prior resolution, it stated your intent to wait until the release of the 2020 census data. That was supposed to be released in March of 2021. That's when it's always released. However, due to the pandemic, there were a lot of issues about getting the census completed, and there are even more issues about getting the census data released. They have been saying for months now that the data will be released will be delayed in its release. And at this point, it's expected that the very earliest it will be made available to state and local agencies is the very end of September 2021. And so that's obviously much later than expected. And there are challenges to waiting until September 30, 2021 for the new census data to completing this process. I think the next slide will cover this. Yeah. So if your district wanted to wait and use the 2020 census data, we'd be looking at doing everything that I'm talking about now, starting in October of 2021. And that really puts us behind the ball for getting all of this done in time for 2022 board elections, which is the stated intent of the district. With less time and sort of that crunch that we'll be in, it will probably lessen the opportunity for members of the public to provide input. Most districts not only will hold these kinds of public hearings that we're talking about, but also do public outreach and maybe even hold community meetings and that sort of thing to make sure that the public is really involved in this process and in creating maps. And so if we're under a time crunch, it hinders the ability to do that on a great scale. Also, we are concerned about decreased demographer capacity and availability. As I mentioned earlier, all districts who already have by trustee area elections are required to review and potentially adjust their boundaries after the census data is released every 10 years. And so they have to work with a demographer to do that. So all of the great demographers that districts work with are going to be extremely busy helping all of those districts make, review the census data and making adjustments. And so to put yourselves in that same bucket is going to impact the ability of the demographer to be available for you as well. Secondly, it extends the time frame of potential district liability under the CVRA. If you end up being challenged and we've taken all this time, it leaves you open to vulnerability for a longer period of time, which we want to avoid if at all possible. Okay, so now I want to talk about the actual options moving forward. The first option, and again, the one I believe that's being recommended, is to complete the process now using the 2010 census data. We'd start the process now. We'd go through the timeline that I just reviewed with you, and there's a detailed timeline that has actual dates that I know the district has, and I believe you've seen as well. And Rob just mentioned that also. So you would go through that. Basically, we would have the process completed before the 2020 census data is even released. We would anticipate having a waiver from the state board. You wouldn't need an election. You'd be good to go for 2022 by trustee area elections. And then all you'd have to do is once that 2020 census data is released, you'd have to do the same review of the data and potential adjustments that all other districts have to do and make those adjustments if necessary. And if any adjustments are necessary, you're required to make those adjustments by March. So that would be option one. Option two is to go ahead and wait for the 2020 census data to be released. You could hold the pre-map hearings prior to the release of the 2020 census data, then wait for that data to be released. And then once it's released, move forward quickly to complete the transition. And that would be using the updated data. So there would be no need to do a review after a map was adopted, because you would just be adopting the map for the first time after the 2020 census data was released. If you are in agreement to move forward with option one, action is required. The board should go ahead and adopt the draft resolution that's before you tonight and hold the first pre-map hearing tonight as well. If the board desires to go with option two and wait for the release of the 2020 census data, no action is required tonight at all. And that would include the holding of the pre-map hearing as well. If option one is selected, the district would become a by trustee area voting district for the 2022 election. By trustee area districts would then need to analyze the 2020 census data to determine whether the population needs to be balanced, as I've mentioned a few times. If balance is maintained, then no further action is required. If there isn't an appropriate balance after the 2020 census data is reviewed, then the district does need to make the adjustment to the trustee areas. You only have to have one public hearing on that change or adjustment. So it's fairly easy and straightforward. You can hold additional hearings if there was some reason that the district felt that was important. County committee approval is not required for that. There's no election or SBE waiver. It's basically you all looking at the numbers with your demographer, making adjustments and taking action to update your trustee areas. And that has to be done by March 1st of 2022, as I believe I mentioned just a few minutes ago. Okay, that's it for my presentation. It's a lot of information. I know I talked really fast. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. I'll also stick around for the, assuming we get there, for the demographer's presentation before the public hearing. So I'll be available if questions come to mind during that portion as well.
Thank you very much. Questions, Ms. Charis Espinoza, or comments?
Question, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Cannon, for your presentation. Very succinct, much appreciated. Could we go to your slide 22, please? I'd like to get some clarification. My understanding is that option one, as it would be implemented by this board, would be not to complete the entire process using 2010 census data, but rather to begin it with 2010 census data and complete it after we have seen the 2020 census data. Is that accurate?
I don't think that's accurate. I think that's what option two is. My understanding is that option one would be to go ahead and go forward now, starting tonight with the public hearings, have it all completed before the census data is released. One thing that we talked about and strategized was we don't want you to be in a position where you are 3/4 of the way through this process and the census data is released and we're going to a county committee based on 2010 census data. So we feel like you either need to get it done before that the 2020 census data is released, or go ahead and wait and finish it until after that. But I believe the wait and finish after is the option two that I spoke about.
So Michelle, this is Rob, and to try to help answer Ms. Charis Espinoza's question. I think her point in the question is we would go ahead and change the election system now using 2010 census data, with the full acknowledgement that we will be right back at the decision-making table once the 2020 census data is available, so that we would then readjust the actual trustee areas to ensure population balance. So in her mind, I believe, and I don't want to make assumptions, is that we would be acknowledging tonight that it is a two-step process. And even when we're done with the election system change, we know and acknowledge we have other work to do before the 22 election.
Yeah, I should have been more clear. So then my understanding of option one is that we would complete the change in the electoral system, but we would not complete the redistricting until we see the 2020 census data. Is that correct, Mr. Pierce?
Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong. Formally speaking, they would have to visit their current trustee area boundaries and maps, ensure that there's population balance with the data we have available now, take action as such, but then come back and do it again before the 22 election.
That's right.
We'll end up doing it twice, Nancy. So we'll actually redo the election areas, but then we'll be like all the other districts that are already using that model. And then we would be required, like the trustee area districts already are required, to relook at our areas based on the 2020 census.
Okay, so I guess in practice, this is what's important to me and for the sake of transparency. Practically speaking, the matter is not closed for us based on 2020 data. We will be coming back and there will be a public input opportunity after the release of the 2020 census data.
So Michelle, I would say the matter would be closed with regard to the election system and the trustee area maps with the data we have available, but the board would be legally obligated to come back once the 2020 census data is out and available.
With respect to redistricting.
Correct.
And at that point would hold at least one public hearing. As I mentioned, you could hold more if that was important for the district, but the public would absolutely have the right to participate and see what those changes would look like based on the 2020 data.
But at that point, all we're doing is we're doing that work internally. We don't have to get the county committee. We don't have to get the state board to approve like we do for changing the election system. So that job will be much smaller, much more doable that second time around.
Thank you.
And I think much more focused. But we're taking away a huge piece of it, and then we will be focused on that piece. Correct.
Thank you all.
Were there any other questions or comments? That was a great question. Thank you, Ms. Charis Espinoza. I'm not, because we didn't have very many. Would you like to go, sir? Okay, Mr. Yang, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, sure. I would like to say that coming from a large voting system, it's very demanding as far as resource goal for elections. And I am fully support of 5 district. I think that's awesome. And I like option 1 to proceed. So looking forward to voting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fortuna.
I have no questions.
Thank you. Ms. Charis Espinoza, have you satisfied?
Yeah, I guess I should state I'm fine with option 1.
Thank you. Dr. Martinez Alier?
I'm with option 1. My understanding that option 1 will allow us to have more time and then public hearings versus option 2 will kind of limit that timeline. Am I correct in that understanding?
Option 2 would take everything that Ms. Cannon presented tonight and compress that through November and December and probably January during typically holiday season when people are out and about. You would have multiple hearings within a very short duration and definitely give people less opportunity for input, in my opinion.
So I'm with option 1 to gain greater feedback.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson?
No, thank you. My questions were already answered.
Thank you. Mr. Perez?
I support option 1 because we're going to use 2010 census data, correct?
Correct.
We're also going to use 2011 Elk Grove Unified School District resolution or vote to use our present district boundaries for the election, correct?
You will be revisiting your trustee
Yes.
area boundaries based on the 2010 census data to ensure you have population balance. You're modifying the resolution that you referenced only because your prior resolution says you won't do this until the 2020 data is out.
Right.
So you're modifying it to acknowledge that you're using 2010 census data and then coming back once the 2020 election data is out to revisit your trustee areas.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is, according to the history, in 2011, before the 2012 election, the Elk Grove Unified School District voted to use our present districts, correct?
Correct.
That's the history. And then we will go through the regular steps until we get the 2020 data set.
Correct.
Okay. And then we'll go on through those mapping and community mapping, blah, blah, blah. So my main question has always been in 2012, why didn't the Elk Grove Unified School District comply with the California Voting Rights Act?
So
you know, I have never felt comfortable with some of the answers that people gave me. And so to me, to this day, it's a matter of control of the school board, the bottom line. That's the way I feel from my heart. And I feel so today because of the fact I have brought this issue up prior to the 2020 election, after the 2012 election, the 2014 election, or the next one. But nobody in this board would comply with the law. So I had to wait very patiently. That's the history. We need to put that in the documents. The minutes of meetings that when we discussed this issue, but we didn't have the 4 of the 7 votes. Trustee,
You want to speak? Madam Chair, you have Mr.
oh,
Fortuna and
hey,
myself.
excuse me,
sitting back in the queue.
I haven't finished.
That's fine. Sir,
Understood.
just stay to this topic, okay?
And if it wasn't for people in our community to go out and seek out candidates who are here today, we would have had a possible legal issue. But that didn't happen because some of these people came forth to sit and run for this school board prior to the ones right here. And that's why it looks this way. And there was talk in our community that we should bring this issue up legally, but it wasn't done. But the other school districts within Sacramento County, it was done, and they were successful. Okay, page 16, you say okay, this is the first, tonight is the first pre-map hearing, correct? So we only have one or two more left?
The pre-map hearing would actually come in the next item, not in this one. And when
Oh, you mean this is next?
and assuming you do
in this?
select option one and we proceed to the pre-map hearing,
Okay,
that will be the first of 5 minimal hearings that you'll be holding on that matter.
so hold on here then. So we're gonna be talking about the pre-map. This isn't a pre-map hearing.
You would have one.
I
in
mean,
the-
this presentation.
This presentation is not. This would be you approving the resolution of intent.
Okay, so then you said we're gonna have 5?
Well, when you look on slide 16, Mr. Perez, it outlines the hearings that you'll have to hold. Tonight would be the first of the 2 pre-map hearings. It would be followed by 2 map consideration hearings.
Okay, that's
And then another
4.
hearing with your actual adoption
Oh, I see what
before
you're
it goes
saying.
to the county
Okay.
committee.
Okay, thank you.
Time check, Mr. Perez, that's 5 minutes.
Excuse me?
I just was giving you a time check, sir.
Excuse me?
I just was giving you a time check to let you know we've been for 5 minutes.
Hey, this is very important. There should be
Sir,
no-
it's just practice.
No, it's.
No,
more
I
than
don't
5
want to make a
minutes.
big deal out of it.
It's more than
you
5
will.
minutes. I have more than 5 minutes to deal with this.
I'm just giving you
What's the
information.
bylaws? I think it's 15 minutes. Or 12. And you're interrupting me, so I'm losing time. Like I said earlier, there is a lot of politics every 10 years. I'm very astute with redistricting. And so I want to make sure that the people of our district are representative. That's been in my heart and my soul all my life. Equal representation, equity, no discrimination. That's been my livelihood. Now, after we do this, I'd like to hear from legal. In what way can people in the community challenge our maps?
I wouldn't say that they, if I understand your question, that they challenge the maps, but rather they participate in the making of the maps and the input that goes into selecting the boundaries and the line drawing criteria and all that great stuff. Once maps are adopted and the process is completed, as I just described, there's no formal way for members of the public to object or challenge those, other than potentially going to court if they feel like somehow the law was violated or the process wasn't followed.
Well, in 2011 or 2010, you did this, correct? Your
I was
firm
not,
or your firm?
I believe our firm was involved. Yes, sir.
Right, they did an excellent job, I think, at that time.
Thank you.
Now, as a demographer, they are presently census data that's out there today, and also other organizations have done community health survey of data sets. And can we possibly use that or have that in consideration?
That's a great question, and I think your demographer will address that tonight. But what I would say on that is that absolutely can be taken into consideration, some of those other data points and options that exist out there. But the way the law is written, ultimately, we have to use current census data, which should be 2010. So they can pull the other data points they have and try and incorporate as much updated information as they can, but they will
Right.
have to make sure that it's still in compliance with 2010 census data.
So like what I'm referring to is the housing data of growth within, Sacramento County. There's a California data set on housing and growth within California. And there's projections also for the Department of Finance, things like that. And so we could use those demographic data sets, the Department of Finance demographic sheets. Correct?
We can look at those, but like I said, the law requires that the decision ultimately be in compliance with the 2010 census data. So there's just a balancing that will have to be done of trying to look at the most updated information we can, but still complying with using 2010 census.
Well, thank you very much. Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. So I
Madam
would,
Chair, there's a hand.
oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Fortino.
When I was growing up, I was told often that if untruths are told and they are not challenged, then by your decision not to rebut them, you agree. So I have to rebut and clear up a couple of things. Certainly, it's important to me that if I am going to be included in a statement, that the fact is true. And I wish Mr. Perez had stayed. Mr. Perez made a comment that he supported by district elections and that nobody supported him. Well, Mr. Perez's recollection is somewhat faulty. Prior to 2014 and shortly after 2014, I pursued this issue and was successful in getting it to be on the agenda. And the reason I certainly clearly remember it is that I was carefully dissected that night for the audacity of even having brought the topic to the table, and was told in no uncertain times by many individuals who took the podium, if it isn't broken, don't fix it. There were a number of us who supported by district elections. That's why we got it on the agenda, but we could not get the votes to get it passed. So it didn't happen. And there were reasons why those who voted against it did so. So number one, the statement that no one supported by district, that's not accurate. And number two, the truth is, in fact, there were reasons why we could not get the votes for approval. So I just would like to, from my perspective, set the record straight
Okay.
on that issue.
Thank you, Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, I would like to congratulate my colleagues, Mr. Fortuna and Mr. Bettis, for a victory that's been a long time coming for both of them. I know they have both supported this cause longer than myself, certainly. For the benefit of members of the public and our two newer colleagues, I don't want to have, repeat all of the conversations that we've had around this because they've certainly been lengthy, but I am one of those who has had and continues to have concerns about a bi-district system as opposed to our hybrid system falling into sort of a tribalism and leading to kind of a more of a political tit for tat and an inability of folks being able to act in the greater good, as we have certainly seen in other school districts. And those are concerns I continue to have, and we can address that. There are different ways to address that in the line drawing phase, if you will. So I look forward to continuing that conversation. And, the board has chosen a direction, and I'm going to support the will of the board. And with that, I'm ready to move on.
All right. So I heard everyone in support of option 1. So I would like to call for a motion to adopt resolution 67.
I like to hear your opinion.
Oh, my opinion is the same as when we talked about it previously. I feel option 1 is the best option at this point. I agree with the group. I share Ms. Charis Espinoza's concerns and feel when we speak to our demographer and set boundaries, which I believe is the next item actually, there needs to be some deliberate ability to not make us into high school regions, which would put us in voting for your region, feeding into your high school for your best things. I think we need to cross-pollinate, for lack of a better word, our elementaries that feed into whatever high school falls inside of our district. Because while this board has always done an excellent job since I've been on it, realizing we represent every student in this district, it would be very easy to fall into a take care of my own. We have seen it other places. And as a person who lives in one area of the district and I taught in another area of the district that has higher needs than the area I live in, my classroom was always told fair does not mean equal. And I feel that's the same way. We need to give what students need to succeed in our school district. And I would be deeply saddened if this type of election system leads to us losing that vision.
I disagree with your comment or your proposed plan.
You asked for my opinion,
Yes,
sir.
yeah, but I like to talk. This is a discussion. It's a discussion time. And I presently think or support Area 1 high schools, one area, it's fine. Area 3, Valley High, one high school setting. And Laguna, Monterey. Those are geographically fit all the criteria for designating those districts. And as far as I'm concerned, the growth that we're going to have to see and divide or are in the Consumers High School area, Forcina's area, going all the way out to Rancho Murrieta, and possibly yours, because of the growth patterns. So those I could see the division and spreading out. I'll perceive that, but dividing or expanding Valley High School or Florida High School, Monterey, we got Calvine right there in that area, and we have the railroad, we have the 99 natural boundaries.
But Mr. Perez?
Yes.
Those are the exact conversations we'll have.
Exactly.
In the next presentation, right now, we just need do we want to move forward with option one? Take that vote, then we're immediately going to go into the first hearing. And the topics you're talking about now are actually specific to that hearing.
Yeah, I understand that, but yet I think the community needs to hear. I'm glad I asked that question because she wants to divide our high school districts or our high school boundaries.
I
need
don't
go
want to
see?
divide a high school boundary,
Right, you want to
but
divide.
we'll have
you-
a thoughtful process of this all coming out in the process, Mr.
Yes,
Perez.
so anyway, and like I said, I oppose that, and we'll talk about that, I guess, later.
Yeah, that would
Thank
be
you.
great. Let's get this part done so we can go to the next part. So I would like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 67 to reinitiate a transition to a by-trustee election system commencing with the 2022 governing board election.
So moved.
Definitely seconded.
Doc, moved by Dr. Martinez Alier, seconded by Mr. Forcina. A roll call vote. Ms. Charis Espinoza. Aye. Mr. Forcina.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Alier.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
And myself, it is unanimous. Our next item is a public hearing and an action item. I would like to call for a 5-minute comfort break, and we'll come back with this item.
Information that I know Ms. Tilton and her crew are interested in hearing from the board as well. And so without further ado, I have the presentation pulled up for the board and the community. And I would introduce Shalice Tilton with National Demographics Corporation.
Thank you, Rob.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Much of the information that I usually cover during these public hearings was already covered, so we're going to go quickly through this and go to our next slide. So this is the first public hearing in the process to transition from a hybrid election system to a by trustee area election system. And as was mentioned, it requires several public hearings. 2 public hearings must be held before we consider any maps. We're holding the first one tonight on May 4th. And in just a moment, we're going to be talking about the things I'm going to be looking for to hear from the public and from the board on the composition of the maps. May 18th, we'll have the second pre-draft hearing. It'll be very similar to tonight's hearing. And then we will prepare maps for the board to consider. And anyone who wants to submit maps from the public can also submit maps. And we can take any form of map. You can take a Chamber of Commerce map or any other map and draw a map, or even on a cocktail napkin. If you want to draw a map, we will produce it for you. And it would be considered at our first map composition hearing, which would be June 15th. Then we'll have a second map composition hearing on July 20th. Both of those hearings that be an opportunity for the board to look at the maps, to make recommendations for changes. And then we would eventually look to final adoption of a map on August 10th. Then we go to the county committee hearing for a vote on that, ask for the state waiver. And then this process will include a reevaluation once the 2020 census data is available. After the evaluation, we will analyze the districts of the map that was selected through this process for a population balance to see if it needs to be revised to meet the new population numbers for 2020. Next slide, please. So we're going through the process. We have to follow both federal laws and California laws. The federal law is equal population, and as was mentioned, we must use the federal census data. The last federal census was done in 2010, and that's the data we'll need to be using until we have the 2020 census data available, at which time we'll reevaluate the map that was adopted and make adjustments as necessary. We also have to follow the Federal Voting Rights Act, and there can be no racial gerrymandering, meaning that maps cannot be drawn with the sole purpose of just consideration of race. It can be one of the criteria looked at, but not the only factor looked at when we're drawing a map. Instead, we need to look at communities of interest and other factors, and that's the right-hand column that we're seeing as the traditional redistricting principles, where we look at community of interest, and we'll talk more in depth about what a community of interest needs. Compactness, contiguousness, follow visible, man-made, and natural boundaries. And we talked about respecting voter wishes and continuity of office. That refers to, if it's possible, to meet the other criteria and draw a map that avoids pairing trustee members in one district, then we'll present that option. The reason why we do that is so that the voters decide who has earned the right to be re-elected and who has not. Often explained, sometimes you could draw a map that maybe would put 3 or 4 trustees in one area, and then you are telling the voters, doesn't matter if you liked all 3 or 4 for re-election, then you would only be able to choose one out of those 4. And so if we're able to present that option and meet the other criteria, then we present that. Then we can also consider planned future growth. If we know that there's a particular area that is just about to be developed, we can possibly underpopulate that by just a slight amount. We do have to have equal population, and we're talking equal population, we're talking about every person in that district. So it doesn't matter whether they are registered to vote or not, whether they are citizens or non-citizens, it's total population. So each district will roughly have 44,856 people in their district. And we can have some slight deviation, but no more than a 10% difference between the least populated and the greatest populated. Next slide, please. With each map that we develop, we will provide a demographic summary for each of the trustee areas. So we will have 7 columns that will display information similar to what you're seeing on the screen. And I know it's very small for you to see, but at the first category, we provide the total population. And in this case, it's the 2010 total population. And then when we revisit this process after the 2020 census data comes out, we'll update that total population so that we will be adjusting the boundaries so that they will be equal. The next box down is citizen voting age population, and you'll be hearing that a lot through the process. Those are citizens who are 18 years of age and eligible to vote, not necessarily registered to vote, but eligible to vote. The reason why this category is important, because this is the category that is often used by courts to measure if a voting district has improved the ability of a protected class to influence the outcome of an election or to elect members of their choice. We also provide information about voter registration, voter turnout for the last couple of elections. This information is useful when you're looking to define areas of communities of interest to see where we have people who are engaged and where we have people who are less engaged. And then on the right-hand column of this screen, when we're talking about communities of interest, there are different areas that we can look at. And we have, as was mentioned, housing status. We have single-family homes versus multifamily dwellings. We have statistics on household income, education levels, language fluency, language spoken at home, immigration status, and age. All of these things help define communities of interest. And so as we're developing maps, and you can go to the next slide, we can take these statistics and show them in map form. What you're seeing right here is a color-coded map of the Latino citizen voting age population. And when you're looking at the map, the higher areas are the reds, the pinks, and the greens. So we see some concentration of the Latino citizen voting age population in the Sacramento area. So you see those lighter green colors. You have to be a little bit careful with some of those rural areas where you see some yellow and some green. They have very small populations. So it takes a census block, and it's describing how many people within that block are Latino. If there's only 3 or 4 people in that block, then it would show as being highly concentrated. But we do see some, our concentrations are mostly in the Sacramento city area. Next slide. This next slide is a map depicting the concentration of the Asian American citizen voting age population. So we do have some concentrations in Southern Elk Grove and also just east of Sacramento. Next slide, please. And we have our Black citizen voting age population, and we see some small geographic concentration in Sacramento. And again, these rural areas where you see some of these pink, in this large area, there's really only 3 people that reside in that very rural area. Next slide. And then we would look at a total of the non-white citizen voting age population. So this is where all of your protected class groups or the minority groups, the concentrated areas, and this is often useful in helping to draw the maps. Next slide.
We'll wait to the end, please.
I'm sorry?
Sorry, Shalice, one of the board members asked for questions, and we're going to hold until the end of the presentation, Madam President, or do you want to?
How many pages is the presentation? Is it something quick, Mr.? I just don't want to get her totally off course. Okay, that's appreciated. Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Shalice, sorry.
Okay. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the public hearing tonight is to help us to define communities of interest. So when we're drawing the maps, we can look to see if a neighborhood should be kept together or if it would benefit a neighborhood to be placed in two different districts. So the first question is, what is your neighborhood? And what are the geographic boundaries? It's very helpful when we have people who present public testimony, if they'll actually give street names or particular very defined areas of what they define as their communities of interest. And when you're talking about a community of interest, it's defined as a neighborhood where people have shared interests. So oftentimes it's, as we talked about, school attendance areas. When we're talking about school attendance areas, then we'll ask the board, do you want to have multiple trustees representing one school attendance area? To avoid, oftentimes there's a fear that if there's just one person representing one school attendance area, then there would be this this ownership of that particular school. And we've seen some school districts in San Diego that have had issues with that, where the trustee area felt like this is my school and actually went in and was making demands on the principal of that school. So some districts will say, hey, we want for the school attendance areas to maybe have multiple trustee areas touch the school attendance areas. Other things we're looking at is natural dividers. Are there highways or major roads that we want to use as dividing lines? Or sometimes there's highways or major roads that it makes sense. We want to make them all inclusive so that we don't divide a particular area just because there's a highway going down, but we want to keep that area in one. These are things that we want to hear from the community. Does it make sense to draw a line along a highway, or does it make sense to have a trustee area cross over both sides so that that area feels inclusive? Also areas around parks or other landmarks or considerations. And then if a particular area has common concerns, if there's been issues they've been dealing with, parking, water issues, those type of things often will bring a community together, and that defines a community. And so we want to hear that from the community so that when we're drawing the maps, we can take that in consideration, keep that particular area together. Then as we talk, the shared demographic characteristics such as income level, education level, language spoken at home. So sometimes when we don't have enough public testimony, we can look at planning records. Oftentimes there'll be defined neighborhoods that have come together, and there'll be different maps. We even look sometimes to the Nextdoor app to see what defines a neighborhood. And the next map, the next slide. So we have currently a map that was based on the same population that we'll be dealing with for these maps. So it does make sense to look at the current map and say, okay, we know their population balance based on the data we must use for this process. So are there any communities of interest concerns in the existing trustee areas? If there's a particular area, we want to hear that, so we can look at some modification of this map if there's a community of interest that has concerns with the existing trustee area map. Next slide. So when we open the public hearing, and here we want to know, what are your geographic communities in the district? What are your boundaries? If you give street names, that's very helpful. And let us know if you have a particular neighborhood that would benefit from being kept together in a district, or if it would benefit from having multiple representatives. I can give you an idea of that. I happen to have lived in a retirement community, and at the time when, if we were considering going to districts, it might be better for that retirement community to have like the north end in one trustee area and the south end in another trustee area, so that we have two trustees who are answerable to the entire community as a whole. So that's often a consideration when you are considering boundaries. So this is the last slide of my presentation. At this point, I can happy to answer questions before the public hearing or after the public hearing, whatever your choice is. Thank you.
Okay. So we've heard the report. Is there any public comment on this, Ms. Soriano?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments on this item.
Okay. We started on the right last time. If we had any questions or comments, we'll start on the left this time. Mr. Press?
in your last redistricting for Elk Grove Unified School District, you took all the traditional redistricting proposals or principles on the community of interest, compact, continuous, visual, natural, man-made boundaries, respect voters' choices, continuing in office, plan future growth. Again, I'm going to tell you that Area 1, Florin High School, meets all this criteria. Valley High School meets this criteria. Monterey meets this criteria. And like I said, okay, next page. Page 4. Now, you mentioned you don't have 2020 data voter registration. When are you going to have that for us?
Shalice, that would be available when we produce the 2020 census data. which
No,
will-
no, no, that's available now. 2020, I'd like her to answer that question.
Yes, thank you. Just looking to see, I believe that we do have that the voter turnout. I'm not sure that we have that quite yet. Let me see here.
You haven't asked for it?
I'm not sure if what's depicted on your screen is the 2018 or the 20, yeah, we have the 2018. I don't believe the state has finished what they need to do for the 2020.
We can look into that though, Mr. Perez, for your next.
Well,
hearing.
Yes, and when it's available, we will update that.
No, no, no. no. When it's available, it is available now. Is that
Okay.
true or false?
Let me find out that answer for you. I know we have it precinct by precinct, but I don't believe that, I'm not sure if they have the final, release the final totals for the jurisdictions, but I will find out for you. And we will have this graph that you're seeing on this slide 4 updated to show the most recent. What you're seeing right now is 2018.
Correct.
Mhm.
But 2020 data sets are available now. Secretary of State, Sacramento County Register of Voters Office has those available.
We can follow up with that, Mr. Perez.
Yes. Mhm. Thank you.
Okay. Also, on this particular data set, when can you provide us by school district trustee areas?
I'm not following your question, so I'm sure. Ms.
Okay,
Hilton
this is,
not.
so this data set on page 4 is the whole Elk Grove Unified School District, correct?
Mhm.
Yes.
I didn't hear her.
Yes, that's correct. That's the entire jurisdiction. And I believe if I understand your question, you would like to see this data for the existing map, how it plays out. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And I'm wondering why you didn't do that.
Well, I can explain that. The law is very specific. For these 2 public hearings, you cannot discuss maps. So if we were to even discuss the existing map, we'd be violating the law for this first 2 public hearings. So we do have that information. We can make it available. However, we cannot discuss the merits of the existing map when we're considering this process for at least the first 2 public hearings. But we would be able to provide that.
I'm not discussing maps. I'm discussing data sets by Elk Grove Unified School District trustee areas that we presently have.
Okay. Mhm. All right, we can get that for you.
And how soon?
Mr. Perez, I will work with Ms. Tilton, and as soon as we can have that data available and produced for the board, we can send that out via board communication.
Well, I needed those tomorrow. If I want to start working on this redistricting, and she did this, and I know there's demographics that have this data sets already.
Mr. Perez? No one's trying to keep anything from you. They said they'll
I'm
get
not
it to you
saying
as soon as possible.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just telling you a fact that in our communities throughout California, they have data sets, these present, and they're discussing these today. And the fact that you don't have them today is
Mr. Perez,
Okay.
for us to make an assumption of what's important to the board and bring that to you tonight and dictate to you what we think is important is exactly counterintuitive to the process. So what I'm hearing from you tonight is that these things are important to you.
yes,
which will help us-
they're important to all the board members.
Which will help us
They
do our
should be
work.
knowledgeable of what's happening in their district today. And then let me ask you this. I like to see the 2011 data sets that you provided by the school board, for the school board at that time. Because
We can provide that as well.
Shared with the
What?
board, and we can send that back out to you if that's
yes,
important. to
we
you.
like, because those are gonna be very important. The data sets, why you chose our present districts is very important. It's gonna be the same criteria, and the only difference it's gonna make, as far as I'm concerned, is the population density of our present school district. And if we meet 44,000 per district, but we know that, I know demographics, tell you that. And I know, that, like I said earlier, there's certain geographic areas within Elk Grove Unified School District have grown tremendously. We know that, you know that, that's your
Absolutely
specialty.
know that.
Right? And you could probably predict where these boundaries or, what areas that our district boundaries for trustees most likely will be divided or grow eastward, right?
So where I'm struggling with the comments are the board's going to, and the community and the public is going to define what's important to them in these maps,
Right.
right?
Same issue with 2011.
Let me finish, Mr. Perez. We will produce the demographic data
Right.
and advise you legally of where the population falls within proposed maps that
Right.
is important to the board based on a number of criteria that Ms. Tilton shared.
Right.
It's ultimately the board's decision. So when you say we or Ms. Tilton's firm, we took direction from the board in designing the current trustee areas, and the board adopted those.
Board made that
The
decision.
board made that decision, not staff or not NDC.
In 2011, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And there was a number of things that the board shared that was important.
Right.
All those things that you touched on previously.
Right.
And that Ms. Tilton shared as examples. We have a huge district at 320 square miles. It's very diverse in all manners of the word diverse, both in ethnicity, socioeconomic status, types and difference of the neighborhoods, the number of schools you have.
Right.
So all those things come into account.
Right.
We can share with you ideas and examples, but it's ultimately the board's decision.
Oh, yes, I know that for a fact. But yet this board needs the data sets. We need the data sets by district. But when it happened in 2011, why the board approved that in 2011, and when that process and that data set, and compare that data set to present data sets that she's going to get from wherever she wants or she's going to get. So like that's the bottom line.
Yeah, Mr. Perez,
What?
Trying to go back and understand what decision was made in 2011 and why the decision was made isn't helping us in making the decision on what the boundaries are going to be moving forward. And that is, we really do need to spend the
I
time on.
disagree with you. If you, again,
You-
if
you
you look
interrupt me,
on page
Mr.
33,
Perez.
what,
I didn't interrupt you one time you were speaking. All I'm saying is going back and trying to reestablish or come to a conclusion on why a previous board made a decision they made back in 2011. That isn't going to help this board
Yes,
in
sir.
making the decision what we need to do moving forward.
finished?
I am finished.
The decision they made, they used that in 2011, they used page 3, traditional redistrict principles. That's why it was approved. So that data set that they had, and we need to look at it, it's very important, and see if that has changed within our present data sets of today when we make those boundary changes. It's because those principles of those districts may be the same. It could be the same population. So what criteria or justification are you going to use to break up Valley High School, Mr. Yang's, what do you call it, district, or my district?
We are
Because
going
you
to
only
use,
want one high school in my district?
we will
No,
use,
no, I don't disagree with that.
we'll use
So
the,
that's what I'm saying. So you understand that?
Well, I want to answer your question.
Okay.
We will use the criteria that this board and the public determines is important,
Yeah,
and we will bring you options based on that.
and it's based on the act. These principles, that's bottom line. The bottom line. That's the bottom line.
Absolutely.
And you need to educate my fellow board members. That is the criteria, but with 2020 data sets. And they need to go to review and look at the history, how our districts evolved what they are today.
Mr. Bettis,
And-
can you please stop shouting?
What?
Can you just please stop shouting?
Okay.
Thank you.
In my right. So yeah, so that's what I'm getting at. And the community needs to learn this. They need, when they come to our next meetings, all our stakeholders, they need the history, why my area is this boundary. What was the criteria that the board used in 2011? What was the criteria that they used? It's the same criteria, same principles, same. But we need, like you said, I'd like to see 2020 registered voters outcomes by districts.
A
Okay,
10-minute time check, sir.
okay, Latino CBAP, Department of Finance has, what's her name?
Ms. Tilton, Shalice?
So, what data sets did you get this on the Latino CBAP, Asian American CAVP? Where did you get that data sets or this data? What year?
The data you're referring to, I believe, is on slide 4 that you're speaking of, and that comes
Pages,
from,
5 through 8.
He's referring to
That
the
it-
map that
yes.
followed page 4, and I think the
Mhm.
data is based on page 4. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And that information comes from the American Community Survey. And the period of time for that American Community Survey is 2015 through 19.
Say it again? What year?
That comes from the American Community Survey, the most recent data available, and it's for the time period of 2015 through 2019.
2015 to 2019?
Yes, it's a 5-year data set that it's provided by the census, and it's
Yes,
the,
I'm very familiar with that.
Okay.
Now, have other school districts used the American Community Survey for the boundaries?
No, you must use the decennial federal census for the population balance. However, in identifying your communities of interest, for example, the percentage of of your Latino citizen voting age population, all will use the American Community Survey.
So how much difference will you think that the American Community Survey and the 2020 census, how much difference would it be?
That I would not be able to tell you. We at NDC are looking to provide what we think some estimates would be of what the 2020 population will come out. We don't have that information yet, but until we get the actual counts in September is when we won't know the actual counts.
Yes, but
compared
in
to the American
prior,
Community Survey.
data sets, and maybe let's use 2010, how much difference of projections of were the data sets different? From
You're
the
talking-
actual census?
Well, I can tell you from I just happened to look up from the year 2000 to 2010, there was a 49.7% difference because there was a tremendous amount of growth in Elk Grove during that 10-year period. I couldn't tell you what the projected growth would be from 2010 to 2020.
I'd like to see on page 5 through 8, Elk Grove Unified School District boundaries for the whole district, and also the boundaries for the school board members, school board districts, and the data sets.
Okay, I'm not sure I'm understanding the question. Are you talking about the existing map?
Yes, existing map.
Okay.
See, you did a good job on regarding the maps with the Sacramento city boundaries and the Elk Grove city boundaries. But this, and I'm very familiar with our view of GIS mapping as another, what do you call it, shape file that you could put in there with the school boundaries and the district boundaries. Is that correct?
Yes, and we can provide that overlay, showing the existing boundaries overlaid onto those slides. The danger that we get into with these first pre-map hearings is they can't be discussion about map considerations. So even the existing map is a map consideration. So the focus of the public hearing is to get input on from the board and from the community on the composition of the districts. And then once we get into public hearings 3 and 4, we can actually start talking about the existing map and proposed maps.
Are you saying that we cannot view the data set as of today?
Not speaking to the data set, but she's talking about the actual boundaries of the trustee areas.
Why not?
Legally, we can't have a conversation right now about any maps. The conversation right now is, it's called the pre-map hearings. So this is the conversations around the things that the board wants demographers to consider when the maps start getting put together. But right now, these are pre-map hearings, so we can't even talk about existing maps. All we're talking about is the criteria that the board wants to be used in developing a set of maps to be considered. So we're not at the map drawing stage yet. We're not at the map conversation piece.
Okay.
These are called pre-map hearings.
Okay. So do you plan to do that then?
To do what, Mr. Perez?
Do what I'm requesting? To give us a picture.
Yes, we can do that.
What's it, hey?
She said, yes, we can do that.
Okay, that answers that.
That's 15 minutes, Mr. President.
I need more time than that because I need about 5 more minutes. So on number 8, total non-white. Now, give me a definition of that, please.
So those would be all of the citizen voting age population who are Hispanic or Latino, non-Asian, surnamed, non-Filipino, non-Black.
So they're non-Black, non-Asian,
Yeah, so they're white, non-Hispanic.
what?
So they're those that are not white, non-Hispanic.
Not white. So in other words, those are concentration of white population.
That particular slide in slide 8.
What?
Are you talking about slide 8, Mr. Perez?
Yes.
Okay, let's get to slide 8.
Right?
I'm sorry, just yeah, so that is the total non-white citizen voting age population. When you're looking at the reds and the pinks and the greens, those are the higher concentrated areas of non-white citizen voting age population.
On page 9, ownership of area. That's a new one for me that this board brought up today. And usually are even talking about that ownership of area. Why was our district, what was this district conceived? Why was it good for this area to go by these areas prior, and now you say they're no good? Ownership of areas. From day one of the conceivement of this district, it was good, but now the ownership of area is not good. That's what I don't understand.
Where are you seeing that, Mr. Perez?
She brought that up.
It's not a value statement. It's just a potential criteria to be considered.
Well,
Yeah,
I haven't seen that.
There could be
I don't
advantages
think-
to it, disadvantages to it.
Is that, Mr. Coffin said, is that a criteria to consider?
It's something that could be considered when you're looking at school attendance areas. It's not a requirement that that be considered.
It's under the act, correct?
Correct. None of these are requirements. These are suggested communities of interest. Each community is different and each school district is different. So it's up to the board, based on public input, to define how you want the maps drawn based on communities of interest that make sense for your district.
But this is the first time I ever heard that we should be the ownership of an area. We want to diffuse that. And I'm wondering why you want to diffuse the ownership of the area.
Mr.
Because
Perez.
it would contradict those principles and the criteria. That's a ownership of an area is a statement that either somebody within this board or you mention that. That to me, I am not going to have that as a criteria or a principle in conceiving or doing district lines.
Mr. Perez, I mean, that idea has come up every time we've had this conversation. That idea has come up from members of this board and members that are no longer on this board. The concern that if you have districts that are tied only to specific schools and specific regions, that there's the possibility that we would not represent the entire district. We would have 7 folks only concentrated on their area. That was one of the concerns, right or wrong, but it was a concern that's been presented by members of the board, still on the board, and previous members of the board. So it's not a new concept. I think the phrase is different, but I don't think the idea is a new idea.
But the big question I see, it was all right since day one of this district. And now you want to change that?
No, nobody's suggesting that we change anything,
Oh.
Mr. Perez.
idea, you know?
We're at 20 minutes now, sir.
On page 10, you have existing trustee area, but when you say that we cannot talk about it. Right here on page 10, we're talking about it. But all we need, I'm requesting, is the data sets within these boundaries areas.
They've said they'll get those to you, sir.
And data sets of 2010 census and the data sets of which our school district use for our present boundaries and compare them with today. I like to see the comparison.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what I would like to do, if the board's comfortable with this, and Superintendent Hoffman, of course, we have done previous updates, as Mr. Porcina mentioned, as these concepts have been brought up. I can share the entire packet of information with the board of everything that occurred in 2011. And you'll see the whole process unfold. You'll see all the data that was available to the board and what decisions and what criterion was important to that board. It's been shared and I'm happy to share it again.
Based on the data set. Not
Mr. President, I don't want to leave the impression for you or the board or the public that I can assure you that in the third hearing from tonight, you will be presented with an extraordinarily large amount of data.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Prez. Ms. Jamerson, do you have anything to add?
No, thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Martinez Lear.
Thank you for the presentation. I know more information will be coming back at a future date as this is the hearing to start the process, is my understanding, just to clarify. And then as more information is presented to discuss maps and things of that nature, we'll have that opportunity to ask those pertinent questions and to give our opinion and feedback. So I just wanted to reintegrate that because I appreciate the time that went into this presentation and not trying to forecast the board's decision with what option we're going to choose. I just wanted to clarify that because I think the presentation tonight did justice in the fact that it provided that basic information that we need, with more will be coming in the future. So I can be rest assured that's going to happen. So thank you.
Chair Espinoza.
Thank you to both of our presenters and Mr. Pierce for the presentation so far. Can we have Mr. Pierce slide 11 from the first? Yes, thank you. So I believe these are the questions on which the presenters are looking for feedback. You know, you're probably already looking at this, but for me, what comes to top of mind is neighborhood associations. And I know the city of Elk Grove and hopefully some of our other nested jurisdictions will have maps of what the existing neighborhood associations are. But I would hope that newer subdivisions that might not have an association up and running get similar treatment. And I think communities of interest often form within elementary school attendance areas. So I would encourage different treatment of an elementary school attendance area than a high school attendance area. Generally speaking, I think it would be better to keep a community, an elementary school attendance area within one school district, one area. And I'm certainly open to discussion and would prefer multiple representatives for high school attendance for the reasons that we've stated already. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Forcina.
Surprisingly, no questions at this time.
Thank you again.
Are you feeling
Mr.
well?
Yang?
I have a couple questions.
Yes, please.
Just something I think is very basic, but very, could be useful for the public and clarification. So is it possible that the way it's mapped could be mapped very similar or exactly the same based on population?
Shalice, I would say yes to that, and I just want to make sure that you agree with that.
Yes, that is possible that it could end up being similar. We'd want to look and see how the concentrated areas of your protected class groups have changed in the last 10 years. But it's quite possible, and I would say somewhat common, that they might not have changed significantly, so that you could be looking at a very similar map if you so choose.
And it's strictly based on population, right? Per area?
That is correct. And we're using the same population numbers that were used in 2011.
Is there a requirement to have elementary, middle school, and high school in one area? Okay.
There's
I
no
just want to make sure that it's very crystal clear to the public who, if they're listening to us. I think those are basic questions. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it.
Okay, if you will entertain me here for a minute, I was supposed to open a public hearing on this item and then ask Ms. Soriano if there are any public comments.
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments on this particular item.
Thank you. And then we have heard board comments. And now I would like to close the public hearing and move on to number 2 on our public hearing action items.
Thanks, Shalice and Michelle. We'll
Oh,
see you soon.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Number 2, Education Code Section 17556. Consideration of resolution to grant permanent electrical facilities easement to the Sacramento Municipal Utility District for the Pleasant Grove Elementary School project. Mr. Pierce.
This should be quick, and this is a follow-up item to the resolution of intent that you approved at the April 20th, 2021 board meeting. And this would actually convey the electrical public utility easement at Pleasant Grove Elementary School for new electrical service as part of their modernization project.
Thank you. I would like to open a public hearing on this item and call on Ms. Soriano to find out if there are any comments related to this item.
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Okay, I will close. We'll close the public hearing on that item and call for a motion to adopt Resolution 62, granting electrical facilities easement to the Sacramento Municipal Utilities District for the Pleasant Grove Elementary School project.
Move approval of resolution 62.
I'll second.
Moved by Mr. Fortuna, seconded by Ms. Nancy Chairez Espinoza. Not sure why. Mr. Fortuna,
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson,
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Soler,
Aye.
Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Mr. Yang,
Aye.
Ms. Chairez Espinoza,
Aye.
and myself. It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have number 3, consideration and public notice of Elk Grove Unified School District's initial proposal to the Psychologists and Social Workers Association regarding collective bargaining for the 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you, President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman. Pursuant to Government Code Section 3547, the following are stipulated for negotiations between a bargaining unit and the district. 1, the district's initial proposal is officially presented at a public meeting of the governing board for public notice. And 2, a public hearing is conducted to receive public input regarding the district's initial proposal. EGUSD's initial proposal is attached. Board of Education is asked to open a public hearing and receive comments on EGUSD's initial proposal to PISLA for 2021-2022 collective bargaining, and close the public hearing after listening to comments, and after closing the public hearing, take action to accept EGUSD's initial proposal.
PSWA's initial proposal.
What? Did I say EGU?
Yeah.
EGUSD's, yes, sorry.
That's okay. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments related to this item?
Madam Board President.
Stop, I'm sorry. I would like to open the public hearing and now ask Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments related to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. I would like to close the public hearing and call for a motion to accept EGUSD's initial proposal to PSWA.
So moved.
I move Ms. Charis Espinoza. Seconded by Ms. Jamerson. A vote, Ms. Jamerson? Aye. Dr. Martinez Alier?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
And myself, it's unanimous. Thank you. Number 4, consideration and public notice of Elk Grove Unified School District's initial proposal to National Union of Healthcare Workers regarding collective bargaining for the 2021-2022 school year. Mr. Riley.
Thank you again, President Albiani. Pursuant to Government Code Section 3547, I'm asking the board to open a public hearing to receive comments on EGUSD's initial proposal to the National Union of Health Workers for 2021-2022 collective bargaining. Close the public hearing after listening to comments, and after closing the public hearing, take action to accept EGUSD's initial proposal, which is attached.
Okay. I would like to open the public hearing and call on Ms. Soriano to see if there are any public comments related to this item.
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. I'd like to close the public hearing and call for a motion to accept EGUSD's initial proposal to NUHW. Moved by Dr. Martinez Alier, seconded by Ms. Charis Espinoza. It's a roll call vote. Dr. Martinez Alier? Aye. Thank you. Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
And myself, it's unanimous. Number 5, consideration and public notice of Elk Grove Unified School District's initial proposal to Elk Grove Education Association regarding collective bargaining for the 2021-2022 school year. Mr. Riley.
Thank you, President Albiani. Again, pursuant to Government Code Section 3547, I'm asking the Board of Education to open a public hearing and receive comments on EGUSD's initial proposal to EGEA for the 2021-2022 collective bargaining, and close the public hearing after listening to comments, and after closing the public hearing, take action to accept EGUSD's initial proposal to EGA, which is attached.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing and call on Ms. Soriano to see if there's any public comments related to this item.
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. I will close the public hearing and call for a motion to accept EGUSD's initial proposal to EGEA.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Charis Espinoza, seconded by Dr. Martinez Alier. Roll call vote. Mr. Perez?
Yes. Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Alier?
Aye.
And myself as an aye. It's unanimous. Number 6, consideration and public notice of Elk Grove Unified School District's initial proposal to California School Employees Association and its Elk Grove chapter number 831 regarding collective bargaining for the 2021-2022 school year. Mr. Riley.
Thank you, President Albiani. Pursuant to Government Code Section 3547, I am requesting the Board of Education to open a public hearing and receive comments on EGUSD's initial proposal to CSEA for the 2021-2022 collective bargaining, close the public hearing after listening to comments, and after closing the public hearing, take action to accept EGUSD's initial proposal to CSEA, which is attached.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing and call on Ms. Soriano to see if there are any public comments related to this item.
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. I'll close the public hearing and call for a motion to accept EGUSD's initial proposal to CSEA and its Elk Grove chapter number 831.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Charis Espinoza, seconded by Dr. Martinez Alier. Roll call vote. Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Alier?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
And myself, it's unanimous. Number 7, consideration and public notice of Elk Grove Unified School District's initial proposal to Amalgamated Transit Union Local 256 regarding collective bargaining for the 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you, President Albiani. Pursuant to Government Code Section 3547, I'm requesting the Board of Education to open a public hearing and receive comments on EGUSD's initial proposal to ATU for 2021-2022 collective bargaining. Close the public hearing after listening to comments, and after closing the public hearing, take action to accept EGUSD's initial proposal, which is attached.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing and call on Ms. Soriano to see if there's any public comments related to this item.
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments.
Thank you. I'd like to close the public hearing and call for a motion to accept EGUSD's initial proposal to ATU.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by and seconded, moved by Ms. Charis Espinoza, seconded by Dr. Martina Salir. Roll call vote, Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Dr. Martina Salir.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
And myself, it's unanimous. Number 8, consideration and public notice of Elk Grove Unified School District's initial proposal to American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Local 258, regarding collective bargaining for the 2021-2022 school year. Mr. Riley.
Thank you, President Albiani. Pursuant to Government Code Section 3547, I am requesting the Board of Education to open a public hearing and receive comments on EGUSD's initial proposal to AFSCME for the 2021-2022 collective bargaining. Close the public hearing after listening to comments, and after closing the public hearing, take action to accept EGUSD's initial proposal to AFSCME Local 258, which is attached.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing and call on Ms. Soriano to see if there are any public comments related to this item.
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. I will close the public hearing and call for a motion to accept EGUSD's initial proposal to AFSCME.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Charis Espinoza, seconded by Dr. Martina Salir. Roll call vote, Mr. Fortuna.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Dr. Martina Salir.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Aye.
And myself, it is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Riley.
Thank you.
Next, we have 2 reports. A report on recruitment and retention board report. Ms. Soriano, is there any public comment related to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, yes, I do have one member of the public who is interested in participating by Zoom with one public comment related to recruitment retention board report. And that's a Mr. Joel Boyd.
Mr. Board, I think we should be able to hear you now.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thanks again, President Albiani and the school board for allowing me to make my comment. I'll start off my comment by stating that Trinity, the student from Laguna Creek High School, President Albiani, you did agree to contact her at some time, and I will hope that you keep your word on that. This is a young lady that really has a lot to offer to help the school board understand what's going on in the school. So hope that you keep your word to contacting her. I want to say that this past week I had an opportunity to meet a lot of great teachers and administrators by a series of meetings that I've attended. And I left those meetings very pleased and optimistic that there are resources here within the Elk Grove School District that could solve a lot of these issues. You have a lot of great teachers and administrators that are engaged, and they were committed because they were present. So I want to really recognize those teachers. The presentation on the retention, some of the data in there, I want to point out before the presentation is given that it's really not some data that really should be celebrated. I'm noticing that in some of the data that you're comparing yourself or using the benchmark as the state average versus the Elk Grove school state average as it relates to hiring practices and retention practices. And I really do believe that you should be benchmarking yourself against the community and the population of the school and not the state average. The attrition rate, is 8% for Elk Grove School District, 12% for the state. Comparing those two, you would think the Elk Grove School District is doing well. I would, hesitate to, use the state average as a benchmark. 60% of the teachers that are leaving, have greater than 10 years of experience, and then 15% has less than 3 years. So you're losing a lot of teachers that, are just coming into the district. That's a lot of revenue to bring on teachers and then lose them. And I just think that there should be a little bit more granular detail as to why they're leaving. 76% said personal reasons, but I think that needs to be teased out a lot more. I want to close by saying the Office of Education Equity is a department that I really do think that the school board should take a look at and invest in money into. There's a lot of money that the school district has been given, one-time funds that really should be utilized. I think if you can spend $170,000 on trucks and $600,000 on pizza, you can invest this money into this Office of Education Equity, because you do have some very bright administrators and teachers who are engaged in this process and are committed to solve the issues. There needs to be more resources allocated. As a young leader, some young leaders are afraid or don't know how to ask for resources. And I believe that may be the case. So I think it's the board's responsibility to make sure that you reach out to the Office of Education Equity and invest money into this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd. That was our only public comment. Confirm? That's a head nod, I see. Thank you very much. Mr. Singh and Ms. Soriano to present.
Thank you so much, Madam Board President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, staff and community. It's an honor to present the recruitment and retention in Elk Grove Unified School District report to the school board. Like anything we do,
You're close to that microphone so we can hear you.
sorry, like anything else we do, we base and ground our work in the E4s, even in terms of recruitment and retention. More specifically, we have our educational equity strategic plan, and foundation 6 of that is where we fit in HR, especially in the world of recruitment, hiring and retention. And you can see the 3 goals that are part of our strategic educational equity strategic plan and where we land on that. So the objectives of tonight, 2 major objectives: to provide an overview of the recruitment and retention efforts in Elk Grove Unified School District, and to discuss ongoing efforts made to diversify the Elk Grove Unified School District workforce. This slide is meant to give you a big picture of our total students and our total employees. And if you look closely, sorry about the colors there, but it is further broken down into our ethnic groups by employees and also by our students. This slide is to give you an overview of our multi-year administrator ethnic growth or decline from 2013 to 2019. If the overall census or overall description of the slide shows us that we have made some progress in our administrator diversification in Elk Grove Unified School District from 2013 to 2019. Our current reality for our classified staff, you will see that our classified staff has remained consistent over the last 3 years in most of our groups in terms of classified staff diversity. Our multi-year teacher ethnicity growth and decline from 2013 to 2019 also shows us that we have made some significant progress in some ethnic groups, but overall we've made progress in teacher diversification efforts in Elk Grove Unified School District from 2013 to 2019. Our current reality, we wanted to give the board a kind of context of what the work is and how many employees are we really thinking about when we do this work. And if you look at consistently from 2016 till today, we roughly have about 275 teacher hiring every year in Elk Grove Unified School District. We wanted to also look at our teacher diversity compared to the state teacher diversity. And if you look at our teacher diversity compared to the state's diversity, we actually exceed the state's average in the following subgroups: African American, Asian, Pacific Islander, and in multiple. In some other subgroups, we are either there or we are less than the state. And we acknowledge that is work that we are still engaged in. This is not work that stops. So we acknowledge that. The teacher hiring diversity with Elk Grove and state comparisons. If you look at that slide, what we did is we looked at 3-year data. So I'll just choose one: African American. Over the last 3 years, we've had about 5% of our teacher population in the state as African American. In Elk Grove, we have had 7% of our new teacher hiring has been for African American students, African American teachers. So we've made intentional efforts to recruit a more diverse group of teachers for our students in the last 3 years, and that data is attempting to show that. Our current reality: majority of our teachers are highly experienced. The average Elk Grove Unified School District teacher has 16 years of experience, and the average state teacher has about 12 years of experience. So Elk Grove tends to have a average of 16 years of experience, which is more than the state average. And that gives us a couple of assumptions. First assumption is when we recruit people, most of the time, some of the teachers we recruit are already veteran teachers that come to us. That also says that sometimes if we do a really good job of keeping our own teachers once we keep them and once we've hired them. Fewer than 5% of the Elk Grove Unified School District teachers are teaching for the first time. We look at teacher attrition and turnover. We track that. And if you look at the total resignations and retirement by year, in the last couple of years, we've averaged around 200. And 20% of that is due to retirement. So overall, teacher turnovers, we have the Elk Grove Unified School District teacher turnover rate is roughly 8%. The state rate is about 12%. And about 60% of our teachers who leave the district for a variety of reasons have more than 10 years of experience. And newer teachers, 1 or 2 years of experience, account for nearly 15% of our turnover on average. We actually do an exit survey that we send to our employees who leave us to kind of find out why do people leave us. And if you look at that data, most of the teachers who leave us, based on their input in our exit survey, have a desire to take a job that is more conveniently located, or they might have some family needs, or they have relocated. Our current reality, teacher shortage and teacher attrition is not an Elk Grove Unified School District only problem. You will see numerous snippets of media, news media articles that kind of define that the teacher shortage and teacher attrition is actually more than an Elk Grove Unified School District, rather a state issue, or more than that, maybe a national issue at all. And it is on a lot of people's minds, including the governor's mind. I'm gonna ask my colleague to talk about our campaign work.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Appreciate that. So part of the things that we're looking at when we're looking at building the advertising and the marketing campaign to support what we need to be able to do to fill the positions that we have every year that are open is to look at the market itself. And a lot of the data that we were looking at earlier is data that we've been following for several years, looking at different ways of looking at it. There's never just one way to consider it, also because current realities do change. And so we need to be mindful of not only trends, long-term trends, but also sudden things that are changing in the marketplace. So when we originally looked at a lot of our marketing efforts a couple of years ago, we were not only looking at a shortage of just teachers in general, so there's scarcity out there, we were also looking at local obstacles because we were seeing that hiring the market here, our market, is pretty much tapped out because every school district in Sacramento County is needing employees. And so it's a fight. So we had to go broader. And in order to do that, then we have to appeal to teachers in a different way because they have to move here. And so that's when we partnered with our local agencies, with our local cities, to develop ways to show Sacramento as being an attractive place. And then the other obstacle or difficulty that we are facing from a marketing standpoint is then making sure we are appearing diverse in terms of of what we care about diversity, that we want diversity. And so we know going into this that these are some of the obstacles we're going to face when it comes to attracting talent, new talent, that not only just that is coming from afar, they need to know who we are, they need to know what we stand for. And so just on the diversity side, that's one of the reasons we've been partnering also with the Office of Educational Equity, and we all serve on several equity committees. So I spoke to the Learn Committee, I spoke to the Parents Equity Committee, and then also to another Teacher Equity Committee to get their input on how we can do things. And marketing's not going to solve it all. It does help, and we are looking at ways that we can even be more diverse in our marketing from the standpoint of images, messaging, etc. And there's some ideas in the future. But currently, for this particular year, we spent about about $80,000 on our marketing efforts, both between purchased advertising space and then also looking at the recruitment events that we put together. And you'll see from an advertising standpoint, we're no longer really using a lot of traditional media. We're now using more contemporary media. We had that, we were looking at that a couple of years ago with our ideas of geo-targeting, geo-mapping. There's a few constraints with that. While we wish, and I don't know if you've heard lately that even the Apple versus Facebook war of privacy has an impact on marketing, because the key with marketing is to go in and see who we can profile to target ads to them. So what we've done on online is we have display ads that are both in English and Spanish, and we've made a conscious effort to make sure that our ads also feature the diversity that actually exists within our district. The people on the advertisements are our students. We also did Google, Bing searches, etc. Instagram ads, Facebook ads, LinkedIn ads, also then video pre-roll that we have out there. We did one large billboard earlier this year, and then our blogs and our press releases. This particular year, we didn't have as much press just because it was a virtual event that we had for recruitment, and the media was sort of upside down anyway with COVID, but we had an excellent turnout on our recruitment event, which you'll see soon. But in terms of the deliverables through April so far, and we're still not done with our advertising campaign specifically on recruitment, we had 7,844, I think, 0.2 impressions, which are the number of eyes that are actually seeing or hearing about us, and 10,162 engagements with the ads, which means people are clicking on it and learning more. And in talking to the advertising agency, what they were watching was what the behavior also was when people got to our website. And they said the bounce rate, meaning bounce rate people leaving, was very low, 10% or less, which meant a majority of the people, 90%, were staying on our website and engaging on our website. So that's another area where we're trying to, even now, upgrade our website, make sure that we're talking about the things that we stand for are on our website, because people are looking at it and that's how they get to know us. So in our audience targeting, we deliberately went to areas in that surrounding areas, Yolo, Amador, El Dorado, Solano, San Joaquin, Sutter, et cetera, several of the counties, going to the north, as far as Chico, going to the south, as far as San Diego, if we can. The other things that we do from a geo-targeting standpoint is to target beyond California, looking at the historically Black colleges and universities. And in that particular instance, well, we don't think it's wasted time. We think it's good. You know, it's going to be more of a branded campaign just because the students may not be ready to move back just yet. And so at least putting the idea in their head that we're here and where we want to hire them will help in the future. People interested, we also had topics, things that we tagged the ads with in terms of education, teaching jobs, online teaching, etc. And then there were also job titles that we targeted. So if you were searching online, looking for a particular title, or you happen to have that title, for example, in your LinkedIn profile, you would see probably one of our ads. So here's just an example of some of the digital ads. It's just every year I have a big, huge board that shows all of the creative that we do and all of the messaging that we write. And for our recruitment, it's pretty straightforward. The campaign that we have for branding makes an attempt to make this come to life a little bit more. And I'm hoping in the next year that we'll be able to do a little more branding to be able to support both for our marketing campaigns for our open enrollment program as well as for our recruitment. And here's just a couple of video samples for you. And that one's not it. So we'll send you the video samples, but they're really, you see them online. They're even on our, I think on our recruitment page or job fair page. Now it's that. Oh, I think because I did this.
Thank you. So we wanted to highlight some of our recruitment events that we've been involved in this year. That's not all of them, but we wanted to share some of the major ones. We can see we've been involved in most of our local recruitment events, including UC Davis's mock day. We've been part of the Ed Week, Top School Jobs virtual career fair. We've been involved in Sac State's educator recruitment fair. And then we host our own. We had a para-educator specific virtual interview day on April 29th. And on June 10th, we will be hosting a classified job fair that we are planning to host. One of our biggest events is our own certificated recruitment event. And this year we did it virtually. We had about 1,000 participants who had registered for that. On the day of the event, 765 participants actually participated on that day on Zoom. It was awesome because we had breakouts, booths from our own departments and our principals. And we had participants from multiple states and multiple countries. And you can see some of those states and countries mentioned there. It was very interesting to find out people were awake in a different country at a different time so that they could participate in our career fair. And it was really exciting to see that. As a result of that, we are engaging with those applicants. We are going through the hiring process, and sites principals are talking to most of those applicants right now. Our ongoing and current efforts, we have university partnerships. For the 2021 school year, we have had 171 student teacher placements from 21 different universities in Elk Grove Unified School District. Right now, we have current MOUs with 45 different universities or organizations for multiple and a myriad of placements, not only the student teaching. We have agreements with universities for speech and language pathologists. We have agreements for social work placements, for school psych placements. And you can see that over the years from 2018 to 2019 till now, we have had gradual increases in our partnerships with the universities and our student teacher placements. And one of the things we always talk to our student teachers is that you are already with us, this is a great opportunity for us to engage and know you, and the hope that you will eventually become an employee for us. We also have a REACH grant, which says REACH stands for Retaining Educators Through Assistance, Collaboration, and Hiring. It's a partnership with Elk Grove Unified School District and the University of the Pacific that allows candidates to get their Masters of Arts degree in education and their credentials and then work for us. It's a 3-year partnership. It's a grant through California Department of Ed, and it's a partnership for 60 candidates. We are very excited that the first cohort of 13 candidates are going to be starting to teach for us here soon for the upcoming school year. Very exciting. And most of the candidates are from diverse backgrounds. Some of them are already our classified employees, like paraeducators who already are working in those classrooms, who will now become teachers. And some of them are our own former students who have come back and been part of the cohort and now will become our future employees. For cohort 2, we have identified 27 candidates, and they are scheduled to start classes in June of 2021, which means they will be ready to be teachers for us in June of 2022. All of the candidates to the REACH program are actually hard to fill candidates, and they're getting their mild, moderate, and more severe teaching credential through our partnership with the EOP. So very excited about our REACH program. Our other ongoing efforts focus on our outward mindset in education. Our Abinger work focuses on people and relations. It is a huge marketing tool for us. A lot of our candidates, when they come to us, want to ask about what our mindset is, and they are very excited to see that we focus on people and relationships. And that is actually been we've received very good feedback from our candidates about that. We have a fantastic partnership with Matt and our own equity department, and we are actually working on a potential partnership with an organization called Project Equity, which actually focuses on recruitment of diverse staff. So we are engaged in some conversations with them, and we are working on a potential partnership. We have onboard training for all our substitutes and all our new staff. We are exploring the expansion of the REACH grant. We have induction support and intern support from our current staff. And HR and communications is collaborating with other departments to increase internal communications about things like the REACH grant and about vacancies. And, things like you have a student teacher, tell us about that teacher. What are characteristics in that teacher that align with our values, that when we do have a vacancy, can we tap into that teacher or that student teacher to become a potential employee for us? Other ideas that we are working on, workforce planning. Again, it's part of our partnership with Equity, Project Equity. And one of the things we are going to, if our partnership with Project Equity comes to fruition, one of the things that Project Equity will do is help us connect with all our local HBCUs, alumni associations. So things like that, we are still in progress. We are working on an employee entrance survey. We already have an employee exit survey, but we are working on an employee entrance survey to kind of look into why do people come and work for us. And hopefully, if we see patterns in that, that will give us some ideas on where do we need to continue to focus on that helps us recruit potential employees to our district. I'm very excited to say we had our first Black Educator Affinity group meeting today, and we had 16 of our own colleagues who came to us. We had an amazing conversation. Matt from our equity coordinator was part of that, and we have some very exciting things that we put together, and we are going to be working together with our own colleagues in Elk Grove Unified School District to start putting into some educator affinity groups into action. We are also working with Sac State and our colleagues from elementary and mostly from secondary ed to develop educator clubs at select high schools. I have been in communication with Sac State, and they have grants to help us with this. And we are looking at some high schools to develop educator clubs. And hopefully, it is very enlightening when we went through the REACH grant this year to see our own students come back. And we are trying to capture those students while they're still in high school? And how do we set up an educator group in a high school so that students who want to stay in education, and it doesn't always have to be just teaching, it could be in any capacity in education, how do we get them together in our high school, have mentoring and have some cohesion there so that we track them even after they leave our high school and then eventually come back and work for us. So we are working on some potential ideas about that. We are also working on increasing our responses to our current exit survey. We are working with research and data on some ideas on how do we increase the responses to the exit survey, because that gives us more insight into what are the things we can do to prevent teacher attrition in the cases we can. So that work is also working in collaboration with human resources and research and data. And then we are exploring a couple of other things. We are exploring some stipend for mentor teachers for our newly special ed teachers. So one of the things we find is a lot of our special ed teachers are part of our group that leaves us early. So we are working on some ideas on how do we get our veteran, current, really experienced special ed staff to kind of mentor our new folks outside of the induction model, and make sure that as a new teacher, they have a connection. They have somebody on their campus that they can say, I need help. How do I run an IEP? How do I print an IEP? How do I log on to SACE? Whatever that may be. So we are looking into some ideas about that. Really also exciting news. We actually had a meeting with SPED today to talk about speech and language pathologists. Speech and language pathology is a hard to fill position. There are not a lot of speech and language pathologists around, unfortunately. But one of the things we are exploring is how do we find one of the criteria for speech and language pathology, which we found was a drawback, is a brand new speech and language pathology needs a mentor while they get licensed. So we're exploring to see, we have a group of our current speech and language pathologists who are able to who are credentialed and qualified to be those mentors. So we're working with special ed to see how do we do something that kind of fosters that relationship with our current staff and increase our speech and language pathology new hires and also our interns. And we have some MOUs already that we've created with certain speech and language pathology program universities that we have now in place to get interns placed in our district. And then we have a very exciting partnership with Sac State for summer learning and the potential that will go beyond summer learning and perhaps become a pipeline for our district for future employees. And when we say that, that's not only the certificated employees, we're also looking at that for classified employees as potential partnerships. That concludes our presentation, and we'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. We'll start from the right this time, Mr. Yang.
Well, thank you, Mr. Singh, and thank you, Ms. Arno. I think this is a very thorough presentation. I really enjoy it. A lot of great ideas. I just want to go straight to one of the data slide here that I see as a something I need to get answered to clarify and have some question. So if you look at slide number 5, that tells us student populations and total employees and the different groups. And if you look at slide 6, I see that the source in comparison from 2013, 2014 to 18 to 19. And I see the blues being the increase of employment, right? And then the orange or the gold is decrease. So I see a whole bunch of blues here, which is great. But I see 3 zeros there, which is, you see American ... I'm not sure what that means. Is that American Indian or what is that?
That is American Indian.
Okay, and then you got Asian and you Pacific Islander. So that's a red flag to me. Can you deep dive on that to kind of explain why that is?
Yes, one of the challenges is because we are so large that although we might have numerical gains, the percentage doesn't change much. But if the board is interested in some data around that, we'd be glad to give you some data around that. That is more of a numbers piece rather than a percentage piece. The challenge with percentages sometimes is because of the number of employees we're talking about. We might have 5 or 6 employee increase, but as a percentage, it will still not show.
Okay, that's fair to say. I
And
guess,
Mr. Yang, it could be a one-to-one comparison.
okay. Yeah, and really my concern is the fact that if we compare to student populations in the district, we have a 26% Asian, and that is the second largest student populations, right below the Hispanic, which is 27%. So that's why it's a black flag to me with such a large populations of Asian students. I would think the growth of the administration, others as employees would have some sort of increase, but I don't see that. So I would definitely recommend it to do some sort of marketing or strategize to get that direct groups of employees increase. I think that speaks to what you guys talked about in terms of diversity. So I really look forward to see increase of employment in that category. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Oh, you know what? Any plan specifically to achieve that?
Yes.
Yes, so we are working towards one of the things we want to do, but let me give some data that might help you. So in 2013 and 2014, we had 152 Asian certificated employees. In 2018 and 2019, we went up to 177, but it is not statistically significant when it comes to a percentage. So that's why that's a 0. Yes, we are, like I said, one of the things we are engaged in is continuous partnerships with a lot of our universities to encourage. One of the things we want to do is have a conversation with universities to see where some of the minorities are and what kind of credentials they get. And how do we have partnerships so that we have placement for those particular credentials in our district. Speech and language pathology is an example of that. We created specific MOUs with very specific universities just for speech and language pathology placements. And the idea is it's a win-win. We get their students to come and be an intern with us, but at the same time, it's very targeted recruiting for us, and it fulfills some of our diverse needs, but it also gives us a hard-to-fill position. So we are looking at partnerships from a very equity perspective. One of the other things we want to do as part of our educator affinity groups is to have a educator affinity group of Asian educators, and then have a conversation with them to say, how do we get them to encourage or mentor our own students who might be wishing or excited about taking a career in education down the line.
Yes, and what I would add to that from a marketing standpoint is we have to be very careful. We don't want to overpromise and underdeliver by not having positions for what they're looking for. So the close partnerships and the building relationships is really what helps. So that when we are ready to go and actually dedicate funds to marketing, that there are spots. for people to come in.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, we want to make sure that there are vacancies to be filled. That's, you know, important. I get that. My concern is, you know, with the data show us there's lack of representation in the administrator employees. So with that, I just want to encourage you guys to be very intentional about your marketing strategy to make sure that you fill this gap. Because the reality is, this school district is a really big school district with, again, 63,152 students, and 26% of those students are Asian, which means that's a lot of students. So we gotta, you know, really be intentional about it. I mean, you know, I'm pretty sure I reiterate that a few times already, but the numbers from 2013 to 2014, all the way to 2018, 19, obviously we don't have the current data displayed here, but I mean, those are a lot of years in between. And that's like 4 or 5 year gap. And we haven't had that improvement. And I understand, Mr. Singh, that you're new to the district. And I believe and I put my trust in you as a leader in HR to make this happen. So thank you so much.
We have a lot of work to do, Mr. Yang. We recognize that.
Thank you. Mr. Fortuna.
Thank you. I have a number of questions and I'll try to be careful with them so that I don't unintentionally offend anyone. With respect to slide number 5, we'll start there. The classified and certificated employees are broken out by percentages, but not the administrators. And why was that?
I can answer that. So we create this chart every year. We have for the past 7 years had this comparison, and we did overlay it. Honestly, it's simply a matter of space. And so if you'd like to see that broken down, we can definitely break that down.
Yeah, then the other thing, you know, I had asked a number of questions prior to tonight, and the responses to questions went out to the entire board. And one of the questions I had, but it was also a comment from my perspective, and I'd certainly like to hear from my colleagues. If you're going to provide percentages as indicators, numbers are also important. Otherwise, if you're interested, each of us and the public have to go in and do all the conversions themselves in every single category. And so in the future, I think numbers would be more than helpful. Can we go to number 8? Number 8 shows the growth and decline in our ethnicity. Now, again, you know, the comment I made, numbers are helpful. And I'm going to give a couple examples, and then I don't understand one. American Indian says, we increased the number of natives by 50%. Well, you know, on the face value, that sounds really pretty significant. In the numbers that were provided us, we went from 8 to 12. So that's a +4. 50% sounds fantastic. +4 doesn't sound as terrific. And I could say that, you know, certainly across the board, the numbers are, for me, the numbers are important to give a complete picture. And I think that with the percentages alone, that it could be totally misleading. Now, the one I don't understand, and this comes from the data that we were provided, well, maybe it is. I was looking at the wrong, let's see, 10% is, yeah, it is wrong. 10% of that is 21. Okay, for white, it says that we had a growth of 4%. But on the data that the district office provided to us, we had a growth of 91. And 91 represents, let's see, that would be 10, 20. 20, 40% quickly. It's significantly more than 4%. And I don't understand. I don't understand why it shows a 4% growth. Page 8. I don't understand why it shows a 4% growth when the growth was 91 people. Bottom line, and you said it, and I agree with you. We have a lot of work to do. I also understand that it will happen over time because we can't get rid of people. They're here doing their job. They're going to go when they go, and that's when you have a chance to make changes. But it's just important, and I heard you say it, that, you know, we certainly, you know, focus our efforts on trying to maintain the work of diversity. Now, in terms of the retention data that you collect, do you collect real qualitative data in terms of the whys?
Yes, I'll give you an example of how we do that. I've had at least, I want to say 3 or 4 conversations this last couple of weeks where an employee has left us and reached out to us. And I've personally connected with them to understand the why. Sometimes employees will not feel comfortable in telling us that in a survey, but they're comfortable in telling that as in person. I want to know about that. I want to hear that because it is tied to retention, and I want to know what could we have done. And there have been 3 or 4 former employees that have reached out for various reasons in the last couple of weeks that I've made personal connections with to get the anecdotal data to understand why. One of the challenges in doing that in a survey is that it then gives you a very broad range of data points and you're trying to put them in buckets. So one of the things we are looking at is our exit survey and perhaps changing things. Like we could ask a question, would you feel comfortable if somebody reached out to you to get more information? That opens that window for us to then have a conversation. So we are looking at not only our entrance surveys, we are actually looking at our exit survey and maybe making some tweaks to that so that we can engage in that conversation and collect that anecdotal data.
I'm glad to hear you say that because you're just 100% right that people are often reluctant to say why, they just leave. And so it's good to pursue it. With respect to retention data, those are just numbers, but do you have qualitative data that goes along with it that says, and I'm not aware that we collect it along the road, but do we have qualitative data that says why people stick around?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
I do not know if we have qualitative data, but I would also not.
Yeah.
I think that can be part of our exit survey that will give us some insight why somebody stayed for so long, right?
And that, yeah, and that's where I was going with that,
Correct,
that
correct.
perhaps we could expand
Correct.
that entire effort so that we get both the positive and the negative, so that we have a sense of what we're doing that's good and what we're doing that we need to improve on, so that we can change numbers. And then the last one, you had indicated that our, special ed personnel tend to leave early. And do we have whys on that?
I don't have whys on that, but I can make some assumptions on that based on my experience in HR. That's not a unique thing to us, but there's what I found over the years is that is a group of teachers who need some extra help and support, especially when they're new, because of the all the other pieces that come with a job of IPs, monitoring, classified staff who help you with that. So it is not unique to us that our special ed population of teachers who provide that service, we need to look into that. And one of our first attempts to find out that is to give them more support and see if that changes what's happening currently. Thus, as one of our current ideas is to figure out how do we give our brand new special ed teachers support outside of induction.
And support in order to help them be better teachers and feel comfortable in their job is not just throwing more money at them.
Correct. That is not always, money is not necessarily the solution. Sometimes support can mean I have a mentor teacher that I can call and say, I just went through an IEP and I kind of don't feel good about it. What can you suggest? Can you come and observe an IEP with me? Can you give me some feedback? Support can look like that. That support, mentoring, and coaching is what we are kind of exploring right now rather than just money.
Yeah, I mean, that's my background, or part of my background, and I could list many reasons. And money, if you want to list money, would be the same for all teachers. It doesn't matter what you're doing. It's just education doesn't pay as well as it should for the work that's done. So it's not unique to special ed. That would be across the board.
The 10-minute time check, sir.
Pardon me?
You're at 10 minutes, sir.
Well, I'm done. Thank you.
I'd like to ask for a motion to extend our meeting till 11 o'clock.
So moved, if you insist. Just kidding.
I need a second, please. I have a first by Mr. Perez, second by Ms. Jamerson. Ms. Charis Espinoza,
Aye.
Mr. Porchina,
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson,
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Soler,
Aye.
Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
And myself. Thank you. Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to look at slide 10, please. So we normally do use as a metric of our diversity the extent to which we reflect our student population. So I actually agree with the person who called in that the comparison between the district and the state is not, I mean, sure, I guess it's a nice to have, but it's not the most important metric to me. So I would like to see that just going forward, that we use our student population. And let's see, page 24, I have a question. Slide 24, rather. Oh, is that it? That one, yeah. First, to give credit where credit is due, I really appreciate the disaggregation of API ethnicities here. That's something that we certainly, it's just very important and not always done. I can't find Hispanic or Latino on that chart, though. I'm wondering why.
Might be one of those other slivers.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't expect that to be such a small group that it wouldn't show up. So maybe if we could revisit that and get back to us, I'd appreciate that.
Sure, good call out.
Yeah, and that's all. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Martinez-Alier.
Appreciate the presentation and the work that's currently being done to help recruit and retain our employees to diversify. When we're talking about the percentages, I'm looking at slide 7 with American Indian. With our classified staff, it looks like we have about 1%. To me, for American Indian, that represents the population oftentimes because statistically, our numbers are not as high and making assumptions about different varying reasons why that would be the case as far as when we look at higher education and things like that and completing programs. To me, that falls more in line with the true representation of the population. I can make assumptions as to why previously it might have been at a higher number for admin at 50% in previous years when you go on to the other slides. Sometimes data is not always accurate when it's collected regarding the population. So I'll just like leave that there. There's more that I can add later because of some of the research I've done. But I do feel like we have to continue to increase, right? We know there's work to be done with all these populations. One avenue of suggestion would be to reach out to the local Native tribal communities in the region, specifically here to Elk Grove. I say that because there's a large population of Native students that also attend our district, but eventually some of the adults that may eventually, we might be able to recruit or start a separate program. I know within our area here and within the state of California, there's around 115 federally recognized tribes. So just, you know, that's a future antidote where we could do maybe some more outreach to a specific group. Also, I just wanted to make a comment. I like how you have in your slides the different programs at the CSUs as far as the university outreach. And I feel that's really important. But also another component to that is the community college. Many of the Los Rios districts do have early childhood education programs that I'm sure you're all aware of. And sometimes those students transfer on with associate degrees to transfer. But that's a student who we might be able to get in for a paraeducator, a paraprofessional classified staff who then may continue on and get their bachelor's degree and go on for their teaching credential, who then may go on to get a master's later on to get an admin credential. So I say those things as another way to help recruit more. And I just wanted to make that note as well. I know you're doing an excellent job of the advertising. I want to commend that work as well as, again, you know, a lot of this data collection, it is going back to the numbers and the percentages. But I think from this point forward, we can only continue to increase that and move upward. And so I really am looking forward to the future work. I am interested in the future, also knowing how the pandemic is impacting our field of education. So, you know, those are some other factors maybe in the future as far as when we're collecting exit or entry survey data from our employees, asking something specific like that, or, you know, or having a question in there, I think might be helpful because given the times we're in with COVID, how that's impacting families, locations, movement, and things of that nature, that's going to affect our employees as well. Another thing I wanted to mention as well from the presentation is if we can try to actually help, and I know it's something that's consciously the district's mind, but help promote more of our parents and families working within our districts. So I don't know if we can create a pathway like that, but that's always in the back of my mind. We have our students that we want to in turn, again, have them hopefully come back and serve our community if they want to go in and pursue a field in education. But I think of the parents as well. I know I could speak on a personal note. I had a family member, a close relative of mine, who got into the field of education because she was a parent helper in the classroom, and then she became a classified staff. So those are the kind of stories that I would like to help, because I think at the end that helps to diversify our staff, and they are a product of our community. So I appreciate the presentation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. A lot of my questions were asked by my colleagues. I did want to ask in terms of the staff that are leaving, do we have demographics on who those are? Because I didn't see the demographics there. So just to be able to see what populations.
We do not ask for that information in our exit survey at this time.
Okay, okay. And then, Ms. Soriano, in terms of the marketing, that's all done in-house, correct? You're contracting with different programs like LinkedIn or different things like that. But are we using any type of a marketing consulting company to target specific recruitment?
So originally, we were doing all media buying in-house. It's just not very efficient to do it that way because we have no leverage. And so we have two agencies that we work with. Our main agency for purchasing media is Target River. And yes, so through geo mapping and geo targeting, we do targeted marketing, but there are limitations when it's online and through Facebook and some of the social media platforms where they don't allow certain ethnic, you can't do ethnic targeting. And so we're looking at that in terms of next year on ways that we could do it. When I worked in the private sector, yes.
Yeah.
I work on targeting all the time. Corporations or Siemens or et cetera. But in the way that it is right now, we have to base it on the certain profiles of what people are looking for and also be in arenas where culturally we're looking at where people are hanging out based on that particular platform's demographics and what they're saying. So there might be, we look at that more closely even with our enrollment campaign marketing, where we look at the different demographics of each of the zip code areas to see what more generally what the population is like, whether they like to watch, what are they on social media, which social media they're on. And that's how we work with the agency to decide where we put ads. Probably the Google, the online marketing portion, that's going to be more targeted toward the audiences that we're looking for. The social media ones are a little more difficult to get at, but we do look at that, and we would like to do more targeted marketing. The difficulty right now is just the mere shortage that's out there in terms of even we have to go broad. When we go broad, we lose our ability to go narrow.
Right.
So it's a game that we have to look at with numbers. When we do go narrow, it's very effective. When we have very narrow, very targeted campaigns for weeks, with a very specific, we want them to, we usually do that advertising for recruitment events because there's an end date and there's a call to action for them to do
Right.
something, and we can actually measure the effectiveness of that. So that's when we go very narrow with those campaigns, and we try to have an overarching, more branded, who we are from an employer standpoint, campaign on top. So yes, we try. It's difficult with minimal dollars, but we do look at that, and we've tried even grassroots campaigns and more to what Ms. Ellery was talking about with outreach. So, and outreach is something I'm looking at bringing back. We've had some really good outreach with community organizations in the past years, and it's just with COVID and everything and staffing, we haven't been able to do that, but I'd like to do more outreach going into the.
Yeah. I know that higher education has used consultants to kind of be able to maneuver that space of, how to recruit targeted in a way that fits within those parameters. So
Sure.
finding an outside consultant to help us with that. And then I appreciate all of the partnerships with the universities. One thing like there's affinity groups within the colleges and universities. And so like, for instance, there's an Asian American Pacific Islander in higher education group that's professional group that we can reach out to those. So I think that checking in with the professional organizations and the affinity groups at the universities would be good as well, because I think those pipelines, we're all trying to build those pipelines, but there's specific groups that have the students that we're looking for, and they're connected. And going along the lines of working with community colleges, if we were to explore dual enrollment of those early childhood education courses, offering them on our campuses, giving those students credit, our high school students credit, to get them that head start, and then being able to bring them back. So I think there's a lot of different ideas, and I know you're exploring a lot, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. I know that, Mr. Singh, that you're new to the district, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Mr. Press.
Yeah, very good report. As I said earlier today, I was very impressed on both of your reports of what's in this report. But I have some suggestions and comments still. What does $80,000 produce? Have you did a outcome study on that, on the outcomes of, since you've been doing the program? You don't have to answer that, but I imagine you're probably doing that. You're going to be doing that. So, and also, I was wondering, just similar, is it maybe better to do hiring a consultant group versus this outreach? Because you're experimenting right now, you're getting results, so you're gonna have to make that decision. You're the experts in personnel. Pipeline. A lot of people mention that we need, mention on the verse of developing a pipeline. I think you're going that direction, but there's a lot of suggestions, getting the paraprofessionals into that pipeline, give them credit, give them loans to go to school. And also when they get a loan, they can write it off if they work 5 years within the school district. We should think that, because a lot of institutions and federal government, state government do that. So if they could do it, we could do it too. Loan of monies. I've seen other people and other districts actually incentives. Those are incentives. Even purchasing home, give them a loan for a startup for a home within our community. And they work in our community. They write that loan off. That's part of their income. So, giving these incentives, think of incentives. Now, my big question is, now this isn't a recruitment plan, is it? Or this is the beginning of a recruitment plan?
No, this is not the beginning. We have recruitment plans we've been in place for a long time.
Yes.
What we are doing is looking at our recruitment plans, gathering data, and then making adjustments based on what data we get.
So you actually have a recruitment plan with dates, objectives, and actual timelines? Because like what I'm wondering, see, I've been here since 2012, but this has never been a very high priority. But yet, to me it is. And I'm wondering, when are we going to meet parity for these targeted groups that you have here? What's your projections? That should be I think should be within your recruitment plan. What date, 2028, we should reach parity for this particular group or whatever. Or, how are we going to reach parity for that group? So, more definite, decisive objectives for these particular targeted groups. And like, you're going to have a different targeted recruitment plan for each particular group that you're targeting here. Is your recruitment plan like that?
I wish I had a crystal ball to tell you when I would reach all of those parities.
Yes, I know, but you got a good start. I have a lot of confidence in you and what you've done, and both of you. And so, but yet, those are things that you need, I'm suggesting and throwing out that you should consider. The data is very good, but again, yeah, we have percentages, but we like to see numbers because, numbers are at the actual people in that classroom, in that school, in that administration office, here in this district office. Speech program, I know the issue on speech at Sac State. That facility is too small for them. They have more students that they could apply for, but the school's too small. There's people wanting to go in there, but that's what I'm thinking of. Maybe we talked about an academy for developing our own teachers. That's another thing that we should maybe do or spend money on in this particular era. We need teachers who know how, use social media and the latest technology. So if the Sac State and these institutions can't do that, we need to do that. So think about that. And there's plenty of monies right now under the round 3 CARES Act that we could do this. It's just a matter of this board voting 4 of us to do that and giving the direction. That's what I like to see. Some direction from this board to tell you to do that. But we need this direction, a model program, give us a model program. We could, this is the time. The time is now because we have so much money. I think Mr. Hoffman has a problem spending it. Okay, so
That's the next item, Mr. Flores.
Yeah, right.
You're gonna start to
We're
see
gonna
that.
be discussing that.
That one's
So-
coming. You're always on to the next topic.
So, I can't believe that we have this problem. So anyway, let's go on. Why? Okay, you mentioned that you're gonna get the number of administrators on page 5, that's been staff. Administration, supervisors, my experience, but we had X amount of, their employees reflect, they do, or they're more culturally sensitive. That's the bottom line. They have similar objectives, this and that. So you have people of color in those administrative jobs that do the actual hiring in our school sites. That's when you have results. The bottom line, we know that, I know that. I worked 50 years at the Department of, the state of California and education. When you have people of color in these hiring positions and the employee population is reflective of that. It's a known fact. There's studies on that. Staff diversity, it's happening, but slowly but surely. Okay, I'm on 8. Yes, I like the fact that you did the Department of Education data sets. They have 20, I think now, the latest data is probably 2020 now coming out. Again, there you have the percentages, but not the numbers. Keep on going. Oh, page 10. I personally like the state diversity. I like to see the state, the county, the district, because that's where you're going to do the actual recruitment. If such and such county has X amount of people, you're going to go there. You're going to know where those people, your target population, where you're going to go. So you need that data set to do recruitment. If you don't have that data set, why to go to Butte County? If you don't have people of color up there, you're not going to go there. So you need that data set on the state level, county level, district level. So that's what my suggestion is. Teacher hiring diversity, recruitment of the numbers again. Let's see here. Teacher turnover, that to me is teacher burnout. What can we do that? I'm not sure on your exit end. Oh, you have a survey, but I didn't see someplace here. I'm suggesting you do an exit survey. And I think the bottom line, there's a lot of burnout dealing with today's students. you know, like I said earlier, they have more than educational issues when they come to the classroom. They have mental health that we're working on, but then they have primary care issues. You know, they come to class with the bad dental issues, eye issues. So we have to service the full comprehensive services to our students, not only education, but all the other things that they need that they're not getting in their community. That's the bottom line. And I think that's where we're going, but slowly but surely we're gonna get there. You know, how many nurses do we have? How many students have access to nurses in our educational system today? You know, prevention, primary care prevention. That's what it's all about. Why are teachers leaving? Page 15, total percent. You got 24%, 70%. That's a high number. Again, there's incentives of real estate, purchase home loans for these individuals when they get economically tied into our community, invested in our community, buy a home. They won't leave. They have babies, and then they have a loan and they won't leave. Okay. Current reality, high subject areas. Okay, that's it. Going as fast as I can. Page 19, you have very good tactics. My fellow board members mentioned the paraeducational pipeline, upper mobility. You know, you have a lot of data right now of how much the turnover, what we're doing and not doing with paraeducators. The ones that have successfully gone on to get credentials, you know, like Dr. Martinez said, doctorate all the way to master's education, counselors. There's a database there. And you're doing the right job, going to those individuals and asking the right questions. I really like that. You're not afraid to do that. You're learning. I like that.
The 10-minute time check, sir.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Go to Texas. There are a lot of people going over there, but they have a very good, University of Austin has a very good educational system over there, teacher preparation. I've seen a couple of supervisors, superintendents here in California. I talked to them from Texas, great educators, and in the Southwest, the universities. Again, also, there's designations. I talked about this before, Hispanic Serving Institutes. They have 25% of the student bodies Latinos. They have Asian Serving Institute designations at each university. And that's when you do, you know, a targeted recruitment, because you're doing you're doing outreach, you know, and there's no harm in doing that. There again, somebody mentioned on page 24, there was no Latino, declined the state. Give them incentives when they do these things. Give them $100, give them a ticket to Starbucks, you know, give them some incentives to fill out these surveys. University partnerships, again, ethics, there's demographics on the college board. Go to the college board and get their data sets. They have excellent data sets on the student body and by schools of education, by any school you could get, the college board. And get at the chancellors. Go to the John Fetters, the president of the board. He's willing to talk to you. Tell him I sent you. But he'd say, hey, we need to develop educators. We have another president of the California State State University System. They're interested in this. They need money. They talk to the legislators. Boom, get the money, get the pipeline. They're willing to talk to you to discuss. There's hearings in the Education Committee, Assembly, and the Senate. That's where change comes about, and you be a good advocate for that. Last page 27. These equity programs, excellent programs, and Project Equity. I think I read about that, and Reach Grant. All those programs are very excellent programs to get people in the pipeline. You're doing an excellent job on that, both of you. And page 28. There's a lot of things. I need water. Oh yeah. Let me let's see here. Yeah, I said about burnout of teachers, exit survey, incentives to fill out of the forms, loan forgiveness, mentors for supervisors and teachers. They need mentors within our educational system to help them out, within that work environment. And, not only the union, but they need educational mentorship. That's an excellent thing. That's it. Very good job. Keep up the good work. And maybe we need to give you a staff person to do this 100%. Think about that in our next presentation we're going to have. That's another issue.
We finished?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for being patient.
I'm excited that we're using some help for our communication. I think the virtual recruitment was a smashing success, and we would keep that as we're keeping the best things we're finding during COVID to go forward. I think that's exciting. I think the numbers, that point's been made many times. And as we grow and as you're here, maybe we can start recruiting. We hire about 200 people a year. Maybe we can start looking at a demographic of what our classes are looking like as we come across the years to see how we're growing in the different categories and how we're succeeding in that part. And my last thing is student teaching here is the best, because I'll tell you, that's how I got employed here. It started second grade teaching, and if you can start them here, they'll figure out it's the best place to work. So thank you very much. I'd like to move to our next item.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Which is the 2021-2022 planning process update and board priority discussion. Ms. Soriano, do you have comments on this?
Madam Board President, there are no public comments on that item.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shruti, I'm not going to call for a break. I'm going to excuse myself for a minute, not to be rude.
So, Madam President, we're taking a break. Is that what I heard?
No, she said, go ahead, continue.
Thank you, and good evening again. And I must have drawn the short straw. I had to follow Michelle Drake's wonderful presentation, and I'm wrapping up the evening. Happy to do so. And what I'd like to do is provide some information, really, and this is obviously for the board, but also the community as it's setting up the remainder of this month, as we've got goals of the development of our expanded learning opportunities grant that needs to be board approved by June 1st, and our district's LCAP, as well as the budget in the months of June. So this is a listing. It's not a complete listing, but this is a listing of well, it is complete from April 12th to the current. And it really follows the LCAP, our LCAP survey that was distributed early or late March and early April. And so it's the activities and events that we've engaged in since then to gather feedback from our stakeholders. You'll note our labor partner meetings every year since the LCAP began. We have what we term an LCAP collaborative group that includes members of the superintendent's cabinet, as well as our labor leaders. And we engage in a needs analysis process over the course of a given year. And we've done that every year. So that's that group. Just as a reminder, the parent advisory team, that was a group that was opened up to all parents in the community. And we had 4 listening sessions over the 2 days on the 21st and 22nd. And then you'll note down at the bottom, we'll be doing a follow-up meeting with that group on May 19th. We've had the EMAT, which is our Educational Model Advisory Team. That's the group that it's an extension of the original strategic group that formed a year ago, when we were moving into a little over a year ago now, moving into distance learning, and then also planning for this coming school year. And that included a variety of labor leaders, as well as department and team leaders from across the district. And then we've augmented that with student and parent input. So these are the activities that have taken place over the month of April and as we're moving into May. And now we'll be taking a look at a brief summary of the outcome to that. the district, school board and the community, all of this data is posted. There's a page on the district's website, the 2021-22 page, where all of this information can be found. So these are in ranked order, the feedback that we received from the LCAP survey. It was an open-ended question that asked what's needed in order for us to have a successful 21-22 school year. Just as a reminder, there were 34,388 individual respondents. That's an increase actually from the year prior when we had just under 32,000. As I indicated in rank order, and I'll just let folks look at those for just a moment. From there, in terms of student feedback, in addition to the LCAP feedback that we received, that included 21,407 students, this is the information we received from the superintendent's student advisory. There are representatives from all of our high schools. We engaged in a process asking information on 3 different areas. How can we successfully conclude and recognize and support our kids and our families and our staff for the end of this year, summer learning, and then this coming school year. And these are the areas of interest and emergent themes that came from that. The other student feedback is we had representatives from all of our high schools, and trying to think, was it just last week? It was last week, I believe, or the week prior, when we had the EMAT meeting. And what we did is, so we had staff, and again, staff and our also staff, but our labor leaders. And we had students that were there giving us direct information. It was live, and they were telling us live their feelings about the end of the year, summer learning, and then the 21-22 school year. And those kids did a phenomenal job. As you can see, very, very specific and very helpful feedback that those kids provided. And they didn't just do it in isolation. They were reaching out to their fellow students in their schools to provide valuable information. And what that resulted in also, it was more of a discussion type session, because as they were providing information, staff were able to ask qualifying and clarifying questions to even go deeper than that. So very, very helpful process. This is the emergent themes that came from the parent advisory team. So 742 parents initially responded, indicating that they were interested. Of that, 214 signed up to attend a session. And of that 214, 206 actually participated. So this is representative of 206 of our parents providing information over a 90-minute, roughly 90 minutes to 2 hours. They were scheduled for 2 hours, and some went the full 2 hours, and some concluded earlier based upon the level of feedback that we were getting from the parents. And this represents that. Again, immediate needs, meaning the conclusion of this year, summer learning, and then next year. See some of those, and I'll just let folks look at those for a moment. And also a reminder how we did this is because in these sessions, for example, what we had is facilitators. There were breakout sessions. So we had facilitators and we had note takers, and then the information that the note takers take, all that data and all that information is transferred over to our research and evaluation department, who uses an algorithmic method to take all of that information, that narrative information, and from that come these emergent themes. I just wanted folks to know it's not just a matter of the note taker saying, well, I think I kind of heard this. No, they literally are taking notes and getting as close to verbatim as they possibly can in terms of the ideas. And then there is a very systematic means that we use to go and turn that narrative into what we term emergent themes. In working with our labor partners, 700, just under 800 ideas emerged from our labor partners. And in addition to the labor partners, it was also district administration. So our programming folks from across all different areas, from human resources, from all of Mr. Pierce's departments to the departments that I oversee across the entire district. These were some of the primary emergent themes that resulted from that work. And so at the conclusion of what I'm going to share with you is the board's opportunity. And I just want to share a bit of information before we move into that and just show the immediate next steps that we are taking. Our primary focus right now, as I indicated, there are three things. There's the district's LCAP, there's the district's budget, and then there's all the COVID relief monies, but in particular, there is the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant. That's about 40 million of the total, roughly 250 million. And it's the reason we're focusing immediately on that is that's the portion of these monies that has to have a board approved plan by June 1st, which we then send on to the County Office of Education. So that's why we're doing that. And so all of these items that you are seeing, all of these themes, we're now aligning with that grant and the specifics of that grant and the specifics of that grant, which get into supplemental instruction and support to students. And there's a specific application, not an application, but a specific template that we are filling out that asks for specific information of what our plan is, what our planned expenditures are, and then in the end, there's a time frame by which we actually then submit the actual expenditures. And so there's definitions and a variety of information, and I'm happy if the board is not familiar with the actual template to provide the template to the board. We'll be posting this template on that website so that the public can see what that template is, because it's not just a matter of anything goes with this money. It is specific to what's described as supplemental instruction and support. It identifies specific student subgroups. For example, low income, EL, foster, our English learners, foster youth, homeless, students with disabilities, students at risk of abuse, neglect. And then that's defined because those are students that actually have a written referral from a medical, legal, or other social service agency. So there's specific students that are targeted, these funds are targeted for. So that's the primary focus that we have right now on those three things and this plan in particular. They're the next steps running from May till June. And just to reiterate again, we have some more meetings with our labor partners, another meeting with our parent advisory team, the EMAT team. We'll be bringing the plan for approval to the board on the 1st, the 15th, and the 22nd. And this evening really sets up the meeting next week that the board will have. That'll be almost exclusively dedicated to the development of these plans in the budget. And with that, happy to answer any questions, or this is also the opportunity for the board to begin that conversation and reflect, if you'd like, on the things that you've seen, and just begin that conversation. So that's what this time is for.
Great,
Mark,
thank you.
just to do a real quick piece, just kind of take people through a little bit of the process as we're working through this. So 600 plus ideas with 800 ideas that came from all the different groups. The next step that's been done, and they should be done, because it was finished before they left the office today, is they took that large number, and a lot of them were the same idea, but they came from different people. So they started to put them together. We got them down to a little over 200 ideas. Then what the group did before they left the office today is they took those 200 ideas and looked at them each one and said, okay, there's about 8 or 9 criteria that work within the AB 86 plan. And so what they're doing is, does number 1 fit in one of the categories? If it does, it fits in that category. Number 2, number 3, all. Now number 8, you might look at it and goes, doesn't fit in an 86 category. That's okay. That means it's just going to stay on the master list for right now. but it's not something that would fit into the initial AB 86 plan, which is the one we have to get done for June 1st. So we have a huge list of ideas. This is themes that we want the board to see tonight. Is there anything missing? Any idea, if there was nothing about technology on here, I think the board would say, I think there should probably be something about technology on there, or things that it's really good that the equity pieces are there. It's really good that the technology pieces are there. That's the high level conversation tonight. And then the board workshop on the 11th is we'll have those ideas plugged into the 86 template for you to be able to look at how they fit in. And then there'll also be the opportunity for the board to say, and we want to think about X, Y, and Z that should be added to. I think when you see all the ideas that people have, you're going to see they check a lot of the boxes that I know you're already thinking about in conversations that I've had with you in one-on-one. So we're getting there. It's building the plane while we fly it, but I think we're in a pretty good spot. We were scared to death 10 days ago, like, how are we going to get this done? But I think we're actually going to get it done.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. And just a quick comment, because what the board will have, in addition to other information, but on Tuesday when the board is meeting, as Chris indicated, all of these items that are now being put into the specific areas that are in the plan, in the ELO plan, we're actually going to put them into the actual template. And it doesn't mean this is the plan, because more than likely the plan will actually not be a actual laundry list of items. It'll be more of a narrative. But nonetheless, this will enable the board to look specifically at, here are our actual things that are lined up with these areas in the plan. And then the other thing that we'll have on hand is all the program folks and everyone will be available to be able to go into any level of detail and any question that folks have, because there's emergent themes are clearly lining up with the plan. Heavy emphasis on obviously academic support, but also SEL support, family and community support, a variety of those things. So the good news is that our folks have been very, very thoughtful, kids, families, and staff, in terms of what's needed to ensure that we're getting all of our kids where they need to be after this pandemic situation. Thank you.
Okay, so as we said, kind of if there's any broad themes, any themes you wanted to reinforce, I'm obviously not one to limit what comment you would like to make by any means. But could someone help me? Am I starting over there?
Yes, can I make a quick process question before we start?
Yeah.
Me? I have a process question. Sorry about that. So we're doing a lot of things here at the same time. I want to make sure I'm answering the right question. So the item description in the agenda says we are identifying budget priorities, and that says board priorities. So I'm familiar with the process for identifying board priorities in relation to the budget decision. Some of the slides say LCAP feedback, and we've also referenced AB 86 and the LCP. So which discussion and which document are we trying to inform here?
All of them, actually. I mean, part of what we're doing right now, because even this plan, it's asking the question, how is everything that you're doing? So for example, the LCP that we put together in the fall, what we're looking for is, how are you building on that program? And then how does your LCAP line up with this? And how does the overall budget line up? And how does all of this line up together? So that's why there are three things that we're currently doing. And when we generated ideas, the primary question, for example, with the LCAP, was a single open-ended question. What do we need in order to have a successful school year next year? It was that broad. And we generated all these ideas. Well, then we started to zero in a little bit more and talk about the successful conclusion to this year, and then our summer learning program, and then next year. And all of these ideas that we're generating, as Chris had indicated, we've got a master list that's probably about 700 different items. But not all 700 necessarily apply to this, when this plan needs to be approved by you by June 1st.
Right.
So that's why we're doing it all at the same time, but there is a primary focus on this right here, on the ELO plan, but also on our overall budget and the LCAP. So my apologies if it seems a little confusing, but there are multiple plans, including one that we previously did, and everything that we're writing and the narratives that are written, we're trying to weave threads through this to show that there's some coherence to what it is that we're doing. So we're not just randomly reaching and grabbing and implementing.
Okay, and I appreciate that all of those things have to be coherent and in alignment. It's just in my mind, the LCAP discussion or LCP discussion is broader than the AB 86 discussion, and the budget priority discussion is broader than both of those. So I'm just trying to visualize how we have this one conversation about all those things.
I think you're looking for more of what are your top 5 things? What are the things that are coming out with you? What are you agreeing with on a broadband way at this moment?
Because part of the piece is we're going to figure out the best place for specific ideas to land. And so right now is we're getting the ideas. The first landing spot is AB 86. That's the first spot we need. And if things can land there, we want them to land there. And the idea there is things we need to wrap up this school year, because we can go back with some of, but things we want for summer, 86 is the right place to spend summer projects, and 86 is the right place for the start of the new school year. The budget priorities, the regular budget process, May 15th, we're gonna get the May revise pretty soon. We'll get an update to the budgets to have an idea of what kind of dollars are available there. Now, some of the ideas came out. We may say that the regular budget is the right place to put an item in. Right. Probably the strategic thing to do is to find the one-time sources that are not the general fund wherever possible. I mean, the general fund would be one of the last things that we use. So we go relatively light with adding any new board priorities in the general fund. And we do have to look at the existing board priorities. Can any of those fit into AB 86? That would be a good place for those things to fall. So those are the conversations. Really getting the ideas and not worried about where they fall yet, because we'll find the places for them to land, and that's kind of that's just where we are. And then we have 200+ million more once 86 is done, and once the regular budget is done and the LCAP is done, then we start with the master list. We start going into the other COVID relief funding sources. But if we just got to bite off digestible chunks and wrap up this year, get summer set, start of the school year. And the fourth consideration I would do for 86 is things that we need to purchase now, because they have a 6-month lead time in being able to get them. So some of the technology stuff, we have enough to start the school year, but we need to continue doing some purchases so that we're ready moving forward. So it's crazy.
And just one more clarification on this, Madam Chair. So Chris, I think you said the work for next week's budget meeting starts today. So I just want to be clear. If we as a board don't give direction on a budget priority today, does that mean it's too late next week?
No, next week where there's going to be 2 parts of, we have closed session, and that's going to be an extensive, on the 11th, that's going to be an extensive negotiations conversation. Okay. So that's a vein we need to work on. Then there's going to be a section that is the regular budget, the board priorities. So we're going to bring you back the board priorities you're used to seeing, that we keep. We're going to look at that list, and the board's going to have the opportunity to give us feedback. First question, is there anything here that makes sense that we should think about using one of the COVID funding sources, or any of these we want to commit to and let Shannon know, build these into the budget, because we want to make sure that those are, and does the board have other ideas that they want us to consider in the regular budget board priority. So we're going to separate that piece out. Then the second is going to be a 2-hour chunk of time that's going to be dedicated to 86. Like Mark said, we're going to show you the template with a whole bunch of the ideas forced into them, where they go, so you can start to see what lines up there, and what do you think about those ideas and where they fit? Are there ideas you have that don't show up here you want included? And that's what we'll walk away with on next Tuesday.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So
Crazy.
I think tonight's hard. I totally agree. If you would allow me, I'll go first. My thoughts are things I was really happy to see in there is equity. I'd love to see equity movement. I think that includes staff training. I think we did some incredible Title I work that we haven't visited. And there's some ways to move our education opportunity gap in the Title I schools based on a lot of work that was done by our staff. I think VAPA has a lot of one-time needs that this is an awesome opportunity to try to take care of. And I think we need to take a careful look at how much risk we're willing to take with ongoing things versus one-time things, and how we can front load right now things that will benefit for the long term. Those are my thoughts around the budget at this point. We're starting down there. This time I was told it was your turn. Mr. Yang?
I thought I went first last time, but I'm going to keep it short. This is, to me, it's very comprehensive in a very general sense. But I think it's a good outline. Obviously, there's going to be a lot more work in the very near future in putting this into actions. So I look forward to I guess the detail of things in the very near future, but just scamming through these priorities, categories, I think that it's pretty on point and is what the district need, or I should say the student needs, and then the staff. So excited about the planning. I think that this gives a lot of transparency to the public and also to the board to have some sort of roadmap, if I may. So thank you, and we'll think more into it. And if I have questions, I'll reach out to Chris and the staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to have a motion to extend our meeting for 30 minutes.
I make a motion to extend it for another hour.
Let's try for 45 right now. Have a first.
I'll amend to 45.
I'll second.
Roll call vote. Mr. Perez? Ms. Jamerson? Martina Soler? Jerez Espinoza?
Aye.
Fortuna?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
I was going to say I have an early day tomorrow. All right.
And myself. Thank you. Mr. Fortuna?
Okay, I have a couple questions first, and then I'll discuss my partial list of items. The board had questions about why the labor partners had many more scheduled meetings than did the PAT and the EMAT. And the response that the board received was, we ask each labor group to engage their members in the full DMM process, including data, gap, and cause analysis, determination of actions and services, and evaluation strategies for those actions and services. Do we ask for verification that they do that?
So under normal conditions, I appreciate you bringing it up, and I'm the one who responded to that question. And
I it reads you.
Under normal conditions, so when we would typically do this in the LCAP process, we would have started this in late September, early October, and we do that when the LCAP data emerges. So we all get together, and what starts is, here is the data. So they start with the data, and we've gone through what the process is. So in specific answer to your question, can we confirm that they do it? We then do a follow-up meeting, and what they do is they bring their ideas as a collective group. So they aren't doing it in isolation. We aren't just meeting and then EGEA meets with us and then AFSCME meets with us. They do it as a collective group. And the thing that I can share with you is that they tell us they engage their folks and have those database conversations.
So they tell you they've done it.
Yeah, I'm not at the meetings when they're doing that.
Thank you. And the deeper in-depth work that is done, including site administration and district administration, is that separate from the EMAT?
Yes, the EMAT is more of an overall advisory group. Yes. So for example, you'll see, I'll just use an example next week. You'll see very specific, for example, EL recommendations for EL kids, recommendations for extension of family and community engagement. You'll see that. And so they've been working our EL program, and they've been doing that in coordination with coaches, with the consultation with sites and whatnot. Same thing, whether it's coming out of areas of with food service, transportation, they're doing that work. Those program experts are doing that work to develop that. The EMAT group, as it was previously, is more of a strategic group. So for example, those meetings that we're having in late May with both EMAT and the parent group, one of the things that will shift is we'll be providing them an update. They gave us feedback, several weeks have gone by. We will then be saying some key areas of interest emerged. And so we may be providing, and for example, having Matt, and I haven't even talked to him nor Rob, so I'm just using it as an example. They may want to know what's our current thinking about transportation. So we'll be providing an update, and then they'll be able to respond and provide feedback based on that update.
Okay. And then the last thing, which should be music to Tony's ears. And I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, because we're getting into some critical discussions. And the last comment that the board was provided with is, we will ensure the board has the time needed to fully understand all recommendations and bring their ideas forward. All the time needed. So when we look at our first board workshop, if that's not sufficient, that all 7 of us say we've had sufficient time, then we'll get more time.
The board can make a decision if they want additional meeting time. That's not an issue. The one thing that's not a problem at all. One thing I'll say is, Mr. Virginia, is we do want to cleave off digestible chunks. So getting the piece, and if we need more time to get the AB 86 piece completed, the reason we're not meeting the week of the 24th is because we have graduations. So in a best case scenario, that wouldn't be, and we'd be able to focus another week at time. So there are constraints, but if the board wants to schedule more time, I'm here all the time. So I'm here for you.
After the workshop, I think that can definitely be brought up as a discussion item from East to Mr. Fortuna. And I also think we do need to be very cognizant of, and I think it will help, and I'm not faulting anyone because we're trying to do this at record speed, but I think seeing the document and seeing what fits in it will just determine that conversation and put it in a box that's manageable, much more so than tonight.
I understand.
Yeah, and the other piece is
Tonight's hard.
we're in the middle of redoing our election system.
Yeah, no. It's just a lot of stuff.
Our election system. So we did 2 hours tonight of election system, and we're gonna have election system on the agenda
Okay,
every meeting for the
We're go-
foreseeable future, along with AB 86, along with LCAP, so yeah, that is just who we are right now.
And really briefly, because I don't want to take your time, but the other piece of this is that written into the plan is a prompt regarding stakeholder engagement. Just as the LCAP is, there's a strong emphasis on how did you involve them and what did it do and how did you use that information? And that's in large part what we're also doing here, is it's confirming that.
Good. And now my list, just to throw the ideas out on the table because we're not doing discussion. What I'm interested in and we've heard it from the feedback, certainly is full return, 5 days a week, all activities. What I've indicated already, I wanted to bring forward, and I will, is a review of principal and vice principal salaries and the necessary adjustments, a review of all site classified positions with a review of duties and salary adjustments, development of targeted programs for targeted student groups. One that we've heard already in the various groups is tutoring, and I like to have good discussion on after school and weekend tutoring. Expansion of the Office of Equity. Expansion of VAPA supplies and positions. Augmentation of school site budgets, including field trips. Transportation and the contracting that we might possibly do in order to provide educational opportunities for our children that live in areas far from the school site. Stable funding for social workers. One FTE restorative practice person each school site. ASB budget augmentation. Painting of all of our schools and upgrade of landscaping so that we provide a positive first impression to our community. And last but not least on my abbreviated list is technology. And that means a whole lot. It's not, it's an all-encompassed term. Thank you.
yes, please.
Yay, there's a lot of good stuff in there. So in the interest of time, I'm gonna not comment on all of that until we get to the budget discussion next week. But so overall themes, one of the bullets in, this is page 4, priority categories, student feedback. This came from the superintendent student advisory. First one says, improve student experience and supports. That, not to oversimplify, but to me, that's all that matters. So I try to flesh that out a little bit, pulling from some of the other categories and other conversations we've had. So how to improve student experience, to me, the student who called in really expressed it very well. Students need to feel respected and they need to feel cared for. So whether we are doing that through some sort of training or the high quality instructional model, we need to make that a priority. Cultural competence is a big part of that. Addressing the remaining disproportionality in our student discipline. Mr. Fortuna talked about restorative practices. One of the ways I'd like to address that is, frankly, abolish suspension. The idea that we are depriving kids of education for whatever, infraction is just, it's counterproductive. It's silly to me. So I'd like to see us use that time in a different way or additional time in a different way, where if there is a need to remove a student from a class, that we are using that time in a productive way. So I'd like to see alternatives. So maybe we do have someone on campus who, maybe it's a social worker, maybe it's an MHT, I don't know. But there has to be a better use for that time so that we are actually getting at the root cause of whatever is leading to the disturbance or the behavioral issue. Mr. Fortuna mentioned, welcoming schools. I think the visual environment communicates a lot to our students and to our families about how important they are. So some of you have heard me mention this before, and Mr. Pierce and I do have a meeting coming up to continue the discussion about school murals. Some of our schools have already taken the initiative and they're fundraising on their own. I believe we probably have some, district facilities money that we can spend on that, but just creating a more welcoming environment, that's an important cue. With respect to supports, many of the students have mentioned tutoring. I'd like to see tutoring, but also we already know what works. We know that our English learner students fared so much better than so many others because they have additional adults who have the skills and the knowledge to help them through this pandemic. That's the model that works. So we just need to identify the students. So I will be interested in how we are identifying the students who need additional help, when we're doing that, and who are the adults that we're going to put in our path with some quality time to help them catch up. Instructional coaching, I think, has been incredibly successful. So any way that we can expand that, I'd be supportive of. And it's past time to see more targeted programs, zooming in on the needs of our targeted groups, all of those in our LCAP. I really, really hope and expect to see more of that. That's all.
Thank you. Dr. Martinez-Soler?
So at this late hour, I will try my best because it's hard to kind of go in depth with your thinking at like the 12 o'clock hour, midnight gonna be, but and having this very in-depth discussion. So saying that, I feel like this is really, a robust discussion that we're gonna go deeper into. Some of the key themes that stood out to me: equity, diversity, of course, that work there, mental health. When we talk about the full return to school, I know there's some parents that will still be interested in virtual academies. So I think you captured that, and also in the themes that are coming out. For me, mental health is very important. I believe a lot of what's presented here encompasses a lot of, the different venues or different avenues through that process. I also feel that academic support, such as tutoring, after-school programs, align with what some of my colleagues said. And then when we look at a welcoming environment for school, I think of many of our colleges and our campuses are now creating equity or welcome centers within their school site. So this is just an idea out there. If we have wish lists, at different school sites, why not create some type of center like that, or more further deep dive into that, so the students feel like they have questions, or if concerns arise, they have a one point of contact to go to. So that expands on equity, having more support, more people at school sites. And then the professional development training that's needed for cultural competency, again, bias training, furthering that. And then supporting more programs. When we're looking at suspension rates, again, as my colleague mentioned, I think that's a concern on all of our minds, right? And so identifying key ways where we can help address the student needs and addressing the parent needs, at home, and thinking of strategies or ways to keep the students in the classroom learning still. So those are just some of my thoughts. Again, I'll be looking forward to the discussion next week to further analyze. And I'm open to the idea, if it doesn't happen in the one meeting, I'm hopeful, because you have created this massive list of responses that now you're going to come back to us, narrowing it down more. But for me, if we have to have another meeting at a later time, so I'm looking at that meeting, if it goes well above 6 hours or 7 hours, right? I can't predict things, then we might have to have another time to meet. But I understand the strict timeline where this has to be done by June 1st, some of the funding. So again, just keeping that in the back of my mind, I'm open to, if in the summer, if we have to do another workshop, we're going to have various workshops, but because we have, that new change with our election system, right? So I'm just kind of thinking ahead, planning wise, what does that look like for further future budget planning? And does that mean we're going to tackle 1 item or 2 items per agendas moving forward? Because for me, it can be challenging when we get into the late hour to make really critical, impactful decisions. And as a leader, that's on my mind constantly, because when we sit up here and we're trying to have these discussions at 11 o'clock, I don't know how properly I can clearly think, during that time. I'm just being honest. So I just want to make sure as we plan for it, we plan for that extra time if we do need it, or schedule a future workshop for that.
That's
So
why we
thank
did
you.
the workshops at 3:30 afternoon start time. So it's part of it.
And I appreciate that. Yes, thank you.
Ms.
So thank you.
James? Oh, sorry. Ms. Jamerson?
A lot of my colleagues have echoed my thoughts, but I want to reiterate some of them because I think they're really important. I want to voice my support. Obviously, safe spaces, creating those spaces for all students to feel comfortable, to feel welcome, and with their own, not necessarily one multicultural center where everybody, specific targeted safe spaces for each student group. 100% agree with abolish suspension. Looking at expanding the Office of Equity to be able to provide training for all teachers. How do we ensure that all teachers are able to participate, or maybe not able to participate, but do participate in cultural competence training, bias training? I love that it's voluntary and we have a great response, but I feel like the ones that really need it the most, we're not quite reaching yet. The safe reopening, and I wanted to emphasize safe reopening because that was a concern from the students as well as the parents. And I attended the parent trainings, and the facilitators were excellent. I thought it was a great experience. And I was also really surprised to hear the diversity of the parents and their concerns. I think that we hear kind of one opinion a lot. And so being able to hear those differences of opinion. So the safe reopening, while also being able to recognize that some parents really are looking to continue distance learning in some fashion that might be a little bit different than just the virtual academy. So looking at what those options might be. Obviously addressing learning loss, interventions, and also parent engagement. Being in the pandemic, we were able to use Zoom to bring in more students or more parents to different meetings. And so how can we continue to have, to use Zoom or different modalities to bring that parent engagement? And also, looking at the model we talked about last week in terms of, can we provide training and courses for the parents to be able to help their students as well? So looking at those opportunities. And then lastly, tech in the classroom. There were a lot of great things of students learning the different technologies that they use, and seeing, my own children, there were some things that they really excelled at and got them excited about learning. And so just because we're going back in the classroom, to not just kind of throw out the Chromebooks, let's take what we can from there and integrate that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Press.
Okay, let's go here. What I need, and probably the other boards too, is a spreadsheet by the program funding, the term of all these funding, yeah, because I know the CARES Act is a 3-year or 3 academic year program, correct? So yes, so we need that and the total amounts, right? And the requirement guidelines listed because of all these programs that we're talking about. Like I said, the LCFF, LCAP, Title I, CARES Act, the governors and senators, all these other ones that I listed here. We need that's to see that in our workshop. And that's another issue. Is it going to be a workshop or a board meeting? Because there's guidelines that I don't like that will, because
Special board
there's
meeting.
guidelines of which the difference when you have a workshop versus a board meeting.
They're all,
So I prefer a
they're all
board meeting because
board
the
meetings.
public transparency is there. The workshop, you know, there's issues with that, you know, and what we could do and not do.
Mr.
So I have
Perez,
some issues on that.
they're all board meetings. Anytime
Why you call it a workshop though?
workshop is describing how we interact on that day.
Well,
But anytime you're together, it's a board meeting. It could be a
Right.
special board meeting, it could be a regular board meeting, or it could be an emergency board meeting.
well,
But those are the 3 processes.
well, we had discussion, you know what I was concerned about, because you have a workshop and the workshop was closed just like that. And so that, I don't want to go to a workshop and when somebody could just end the meeting, the board meeting just like that. The terminology is an issue with me. So therefore,
Understood.
I need a spreadsheet, like you have the spreadsheet of our Elk Grove Unified School District Board priorities that we listed. Well, we need another, I think we need another one, a spreadsheet of all these fundings and also round 1, round 2. And because, you know, the community's asking this, they're asking, and you're replying to the community needs. That's what they want. And I'm glad you.
Hayes, Ms. Hayes, that's a presentation Ms. Hayes has given to us,
Yes.
and we'll have her resend it.
We already did it.
Yeah, it has the dates, the amounts, and the things it's about. I'm not,
Give me a minute more. So, yes, I like the fact that, you know, the community is inquiring what we're doing with this money. So they're keeping us accountable. That's their job, and our job is keeping our staff here accountable to make sure that we meet these objectives of these certain funding streams. So that's what I'm concerned about. I want to make perfectly clear that the way we're spending this is within the guidelines. And that our children, our students have the opportunity for extra money because of the CARES Act, round 1, round 2, and round 3. And that's what the President of the United States, Biden, wants, and the Congress wants, and then our governor wants something. So we need that black and white clear. And I agree with all my colleagues up here that their input was excellent. You see me nodding my head. Oh, here's a big issue that nobody, and it's not the forefront, but nobody's brought this up. Child care. There's millions of dollars for child care. They want child care and they want preschools. We need to have child care preschools in our school districts throughout California, especially here. We have a high concentration of, what do you call it, working parents in our area, and that we don't need lots of kids at home alone. And you talk about mental health issues and all that, that's where it comes. We need childcare. You want to deal with mental health, get childcare, get early preschool. We could deal with the learning curve, learning loss in those. We could help these students, English language learners especially, and anybody else that has an educational issue. We need to address early child special ed at that level and get early intervention programs, diagnostic, referral system, and training of parents how to recognize and resources within our communities for special ed population. Here's an issue that I need. I go around the district, it's time that we spend more money on special ed. These relocatables, we got millions of dollars on Measure M, but we still have relocatables. We need to get rid of them. The time is now to get rid of those and have some 21st century buildings to support these students. You know that this population is growing, and so this is the time. And this is a time in history of education. It's time for all of us. All my fellow board members are stating that it's time to do this. Well, let's see here. Oh, Wi-Fi. Do we need a district Wi-Fi? You know, parents can't afford. Children of poverty, 66, 2/3 of a populace, student populace are low income. They can't afford Wi-Fi.
We've given them Wi-Fi. They have it,
Yes.
but one of the pieces will be, we just keep giving it to them.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we need to do a Comcast or AT&T Comcast Wi-Fi.
Okay, Wi-Fi is important to you.
Yeah, and also academies, virtual academies. I see that's a growing industry. Parents want it. And there's an interest within our staff at continuation school. They mentioned, hey, we have the resources to do that. Academy, online academy. The kids, our students want to get through all their objectives in less than 12 years, 10 years of academic. Let them succeed. Let them go beyond their grade level and get that early diploma to take the test. What do you call that?
GED.
Yeah, GED. Let them go to junior college, get them transferred, go to academy, career academy. Let's think out of the box again. Again, the last thing I want to say, I wanted this meeting yesterday. I keep every day, every board meeting, I'm saying we need a meeting. We need a meeting dealing with this problem of financial issues that we have right now, that we have all this funding, and we need a meeting tomorrow we need, because I don't want to be rushed, like Mr. Forcina said. Yeah.
Point taken.
And that ticks me off. So I want to make good decisions based on data, and I think you can provide it for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Board member and superintendent reports. Seeing none, other items from the floor.
Well, I want to say something.
I don't even, Mr. Yang, yes.
Well, I think we touched on it a little bit earlier. Mr. Facina and Trustee Nancy. But I want to reiterate that because it's very important to me. So I thought that, keeping the school to, I guess you guys call it welcoming. I think it's very key. And I think that that's the first impression. And some of the schools that I've been to could definitely use a lot of work to keep it in a, I guess, in a well-maintained condition. Because I think that as a parent of a couple middle schools, the fact that our district has options to send your kids to different schools, it's great, but I want to send my kids to the closest high school. But if the closest high school looks somewhat, it's not even presentable. I mean, to me, it could, it's sometimes, it feels like it could be like a place that you feel like you're being jailed. And I think that, filthy. And I think that that's just not a good impression at all to the students in particularly. If you walk into your school or the school that you're gonna go to and you see that, I think it's such a turn off in a very simple term. And I think that we gotta do better. Our maintenance staff or the leader of our maintenance staff has to do better. And I look forward to talk to more people in Pacific. And then, I think that we gotta do better. And so that's the one thing I want to say. And the second thing is, I want to also say it that I fully support the restorative practice to make sure that we are intentional about making sure that our students don't get suspended, making sure that we have workshop to really give them alternatives. I think that's very critical. I want to make sure that, we provide mental health. And, we mentioned it about earlier, but I like Dr. Crystal Martinez said, it's late. And the area that Mark covered, that is very important area. And I am sorry that I kind of, I guess, brush it through a little bit because there's a lot of information that he present. But as my colleague was listening, and I just want to make sure that I list some of the key that I think that is very important too. Because the reality is, we, as Board of Trustee, represents, the constituents that vote us in. So I feel I have an obligation to serve them. So with that said, the other thing is making sure that, we do what we can to provide tutoring and make up grades. I think that's very important. I think that there's a lot of kids that are failing because of distance learning. I think that is very critical for us, not just to provide mental health, but also development in terms of, self-reliance and leadership. And I think that that's what they're gonna prevail, really able to do things themselves. And I think that a lot of time we overlook those two areas. So again, self-reliance and leadership. I think we gotta teach our students, our kids, those two areas. I think it's very critical. And I think if we teach them those two areas, it's gonna help them in different areas. With that said, I am gonna continue to talk to Chris more. And again, it's late. I don't want to take any more time. So thank you to everybody who has presented and the one just sit down and be a part of this meeting. Thank you. Have a good night.
Mr. Fortuna.
Thank you. Speaking just for me, it's 11:35 and I can go all night. So, the hour is not late for me. Nobody else agrees.
Retirement is fantastic.
I will match my daily schedule with you any day
I
of
have
the
no,
week.
I have no intentions of being untested.
Well, I may be retired. That doesn't mean I'm dead. I am very busy every day.
I did not mean to
I
offend
don't-
you, Mr.
I don't
Fucino.
want to perhaps take Nancy's thunder away from her, but I just would like to mention that I did not hear her mention something that she has spoken to a lot of times. And just one more thing for your list, Mark, would be immersion program,
Dual immersion.
dual immersion.
Cool.
Dual immersion program. So, yeah, I don't want to beat a dead horse to death. I love old expressions, but I sure would love to see our district put out a written statement to parents that it is our intention to offer 5-day-a-week full activities beginning in July. An intent statement on the record.
I believe we've made that in a
No,
Friday communication.
No, we haven't. No, we haven't. You show it to me.
I will look for it.
Yeah, you show, yeah, sure. You've been looking a long time.
Okay, have some, I
I think we've
forgot.
done that, but.
No, we have not done that. And I don't want to argue, but,
I'm
but
not going to argue with you.
a
If we
co-
haven't, I don't think we have a problem doing
Yeah,
it, Mr.
well-
Fortuna.
Thank you. And thank you for the note about dual immersion. It was on my notes, but I didn't get it out. And probably because I was more focused on discussing that at the regular budget meeting, but thank you very much. So my only note is that I will be spending my birthday and birthday weekend dutifully representing us at the CSBA Delegate Assembly in a couple of weeks. So looking forward to that. Woo.
Oh.
Mr. Perez, hold on. We're good, Mr. Perez.
Oh, okay, here's another issue that I forgot, and I discussed this with Mr. Hoffman, is extended school year. That we discussed that other school districts are doing in throughout California for their learning loss and achievement gap. And we could give some incentives for those teachers and year-round schools for that particular extended school year calendar. Also, adult ed, we need to get a little bit stronger in that arena. Career vocational training and work with the business community, business conference, and also research and data. We need some research and data to show that we're the best districts in California, because we have that data and we need to show that to throughout California and the United States and Americas.
Thank
Right? PR over there. Get some research data.
Thank you. All right, I'd like to adjourn 11:33 PM.
Woo.